Yeah,
there was more energy in the air available back then. If you do that on a mountaintop and take a drone and fly it 100 feet above you, you're going to get a lot more energy up there. You might even get a lightning bolt. Might even induce a lightning bolt.
He was trying to connect to an ancient energy grid powered by the Earth and the other planets. Like he was trying to tap into the power of the solar system.
Yeah. And
was he communicating with advanced celestial beings that visited Earth thousands of years ago?
No, the Birkeland currents and the telluric currents that run through the Earth. Our Earth receives 10 million amps every second of every day from the sun along the Birkeland currents. It comes in, it goes down in through the double layers, short circuits here and there, and goes into the planet itself, the crust. It grounds, basically. And then, where does it go after that? I think it goes even deeper and feeds into a plasmoid that the molten rock might be the plasmoid.
I think so too.
That contains all this electrical energy. Right?
Well, I think so too. And to get back to Tesla, when he built that Wardenclyffe Tower, his goal was to support these flying machines, what he'd also devised. Apparently they were a bit too heavy and cumbersome, but the idea was that they could just remotely take the power from the tower and fly around the place. And if there were a network of them, you've got flying people. Maybe that's what was happening in ancient India with these massive lingams and towers and pictures of Vimanas everywhere whizzing around. Maybe that was a technology that Tesla kind of reimagined.
It's very possible.
Yeah. And then if you look at things like the Dogon of Africa, they not only did they know about Sirius B before it was found by modern astronomers, they also were talking about Sirius C, and that was only found very, very recently, and this is ancient Dogon knowledge, and these guys.
How far did T. Townsend Brown get with his anti-gravity technology after the 1930s when we heard no more about it? Zero.
Exactly, yeah.
It was shut down to the public. It was not allowed to speak about this topic to the public after the news reports started coming out of that he was doing anti-gravity work and that he had figured it out. That he put charge to these discs and they levitated. They moved.
Yeah. Well,
you're talking about what's that called? Belfield Brown?
T. Townsend Brown. He was a protege of guess who? Nikola Tesla.
Yeah. Yes.
He worked with Tesla in the 20s and in the 10s, and he was basically a scientist. And I maintain that because of the fact that he found anti-gravity technology and figured it out, that Tesla and the United States government, not them directly, but the CIA basically put out this aliens story, this ET story, to explain all of these crashes that they were having, for one, and all of these sightings that they were having, for two.
Yeah.
They didn't get a hold of the crashes. They didn't figure out how to control these ships until the 80s.
Only problem with that was
once they got
Tesla was saying this in the early 1900s.
The computing power to be able to control them better,
Yeah.
So that's my thought on it.
Well, it's plausible, and also.
Well, a lot of the evidence points to it, because before that, it was talk of the gods from Sumeria, and that talk really didn't start again until the late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
Before that, it was just the gods, and we know them to be the planets. We know them to be the planets. There's no question. They even name them themselves as the planets. So you guys have to make a decision for yourselves. You guys gotta research all the information and come to a conclusion yourself. And know that it's stated that the CIA's main aim is to have everybody confused and believe all kinds of different things.
Yeah, like this alien invasion impending,
Yeah. They're not. They say that the CIA is not supposed to mess with the American public, but they do.
Of course they have. It's a mind psyop. It's all been a psyop from the word. Most of science is a psyop.
Yeah.
Most of science is, isn't it? It's pushing belief a little bit.
Gravity is electric. That's why they can overcome it. You can create your own gravitic field just by spinning freaking Mercury. 45,000 RPMs under 250,000 atmospheres pressure. That's what they do. And it all started with Tesla and Townsend Brown. And they were anticipating this great Jetsons kind of universe in the 50s.
I remember it.
And
I was born in the 60s and the 70s, and we were supposed to have flying cars by the 80s and 90s.
Yep,
flying. They were supposed to have flying cars in the 60s,
right.
in the 50s.
Mm-hmm. That's where the Jetsons came from.
Military-industrial complex wins again, and who controls them? You know who controls them is the banksters.
Yeah,
there's somebody else above them too.
Yeah, the banksters. You got that right. That's where it's all coming from.
Yep. All the control, everything. The want to have 500,000 people only on the planet. That's for them to easily control. No other reason.
Start with outlawing Wall Street.
They control the means of production.
They think we're using up all the resources. We're taking everything from their world.
Right. Yep, that's right.
That's the way they look at it. It's their planet. It's not ours.
Even America. We were intended to be a plutocracy. We weren't intended to be a democracy.
Like Enki and his slave. We're just slaves to them.
Yes, that's it. Worthless eaters. That's how they look at us.
Yeah.
Where do these people live?
And there you go. You've just gone back to the original question.
They live in.
Oh no, you wouldn't get close enough.
Hamptons.
You wouldn't go get close enough.
Yeah, and to get the disc to move, all you have to do is apply more charge to one side or the other, and it'll move in that direction.
I wouldn't waste my time.
Simple, huh?
Even trying to find out who they are.
Quite.
And
we all should have a phone.
I don't know how they sleep at night.
There's a clue to what gravity is. That's a clue to what gravity is. It's an electromagnetic force. It's a reaction of the amount of matter that's being charged by the sun that it's in, or in the interstellar space that it's in. That's all it is. Gravity is part of the electric magnetic force. Based on an atomic rule.
It has to
be. The more atoms, the more gravity, period. Like the more atoms, the more magnetic field you get too.
Okay, what'd you say, Grog?
So we're back to Enki, Anu, and Adapa. We're back to Enki, Anu, and Adapa. And stories. And stories that was getting into a really different field, because the story comes down to now what Rick is talking about, where it comes down to control, and control of the means of production, which you could work in your Berkman currents, all those things. It's a control of the means of production to the control of, I suppose you could say, the masses, or the mass.
So who were the Anunnaki?
So you could say the creation of life and all that's got nothing to do with humans. That's just pictured so that people can sort of under the picture on it. You could say that it's a creation of what, like Rick's saying, it's a creation of the ether, you know.
Were the Anunnaki like giants, like gods with a little g? They came here and taught and made humanity?
They were teachers in Mesoamerica, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They taught them everything: how to grow crops, how to build houses, how
large,
to build
everything. Large white man, yes, with a beard.
Again, you come to your positive and negative ions.
What, Rush?
Again, you come to your positive and negative ions. When you're talking about that, you know, that's what I was talking about the other night when I said to you about the biochar. So, all right, Rick or Nick might be able to answer this. What's the difference between sea salt and salt created on, you know, on ground? Did anyone know? Did you get a chance to look it up?
What?
Greg?
Did I get a chance?
I don't.
So the other day, right, well, when we were talking to someone a couple of weeks ago, mentioned salt coming from Saturn. Is that right?
Salt, yes.
Right, yeah.
From Saturn, yes.
Right. Salt comes from Saturn, right?
I've never known matter to accrete salt. I've never heard of that before in my life.
Right. Okay. So I was doing some research on biochar, and when you do it, if you get it hot enough and you turn your wood to a white ash, you now have in that wood salt. So if you use a lot of that ash, a lot of ash from the burning of organic matter, you accumulate
salt even in the wood.
in your soil, right? But if you just get it to the charred state, you have no salt in it. So would that be a transmutation through the burning process of organic matter? So then Greg said to me, yeah, but sea salt's different. Right?
Don't you think sapphire can make sodium atomically?
No,
Do you think the sun can make sodium atomically? Do you think what's going on in the atmosphere of Saturn is not making sodium?
Yes, but what I'm getting at is, what is a transmutation for it to do it? Does it have an organic, what we would call, as in through our trees, grasses, the organic matter, right?
That's one way to get it. But...
Right, that's what I'm getting at. That's what my question was. When I said to Greg, you know, it was just like, you know, we come across where salt comes from Saturn, right? But then it would appear also that we produce salt here too.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so what I'm saying is, say all our salt came from Saturn may not necessarily be the correct answer. We produce, so that's why we have, in areas of the world now, we have problems where we have high salt levels, where we can no longer produce food.
Look at the Dead Sea. It's just piles and piles and piles of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had to come from somewhere. Look at Jesus chasing them out of the temple. That a boy, Jesus. Get him.
Turn them tables, bruh.
Get them bankers.
Yeah, banksters.
I think there's an element of this production of, for example, they reckon chickens can make their own calcium if there's no calcium around. They can produce calcium out of phosphorus or potassium or something like that, which is the next one to sodium, I think. And maybe life forms are actually producing some salts.
We do transmutations in our body. It's proven fact that humans do transmutations. There was the case of the welders who were breathing in
argon or
they were breathing in some gas, and it was giving them CO2 poisoning or something like that. It was their lungs were transmuting that gas into another chemical that was not good for them.
Tobacco and a breeze.
We do atomic transmutations in our body. That's nothing new. We're a microcosm of the macrocosm, boys and girls.
I think we are, yeah. We're a little plasmoid. Each one of us is a little plasmoid in our own right, knocking around.
Apparently, we have two. Yeah. One in our head, and the other one is our heart. Because if you look at the heart muscle, it's if you took a heart muscle and put it on a table and cut it in the right areas, you can make it into a strip. It's basically a strip rolled up.
I was gonna go somewhere. Oh yeah.
Apparently the heart kicks out a bigger electric field than the brain does, and I think the stomach kicks out an even bigger one.
That's because of the muscles. That's that muscle pumping.
If you look at it, if you look at it, it's probably a good case, which may come out in the future, where the brain's only a storage. It's the heart and the gut.
It might not even be a storage vehicle. It may, in fact, be a vehicle.
All right, I want to break it up a little bit here and get Andy to join me live. Whoever else might be in the Great Hall. Andy, are you out there, buddy? Andy!
Yes, I'm here, Greg.
Hey, what's going on?
Not a lot. Yourself?
Oh, okay, I'm doing okay. I got a couple
Other
things.
than having a live show on?
I'm sorry?
Other than doing a live show, not a lot.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I was supposed to have this. I was supposed to have this photo show ready, but I thought it was up and it wasn't. So, anyways, you know what happened? I lost my mouse. I couldn't find my mouse.
Because you went offline and all.
What's that?
Because you went totally offline.
Yes.
Discord, everything, and I thought you either had a power outage or an internet outage.
No, what happened was I lost my mouse. I couldn't click anything. So I just had to restart the old-fashioned way. It took me 3 tries. I was like having these visions of, oh yeah, this is just what I need. Now the computer poops out on me after everything I've been through, Maybe take a shotgun and put it in my mouth. The universe hates me. No, I know. I'm just kidding. Now everybody has 3 solid good months of bad luck and maybe a day or 2 of good.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, I got a few pictures to share with you. There's a few things going on that I like to peruse the unusual spots. One website or channel that I enjoy is called Sound, Mind, and Body. Have you ever seen it? I mean, he goes out there, but so what? You open up your mind. We know chaff from wheat, but it makes me aware of some things. I think I got a couple of pictures here I'm going to share with you. I got it. Nope, not that one.
I'm watching YouTube.
That right there. Does that?
That looks like a pumpkin.
It's live. It's alleged livestock on Mars. That's the closest shot. I have a few more too. Just let me know what you think as you're looking at it.
That looks like someone with a bad case of acne, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It could be really, really close, but I don't know. The next one here, the Google telescope found this in deep space by Orion. What do you think that is?
No, it hasn't come up yet. Okay. Now I've got it.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a green bean stalk or something. They found that with the Google telescope. I thought that was interesting. It has. I couldn't get the whole thing in the picture. I'll leave a link to the website. And this is, obviously, there's no way that these galaxies and filaments can be, different. You know what I mean? Different redshifts if they're connected. So that just pretty much blows away the whole thing with the premise with that. And there's a guy named Norman Bergrund. I just want to know what your thoughts are on this, because to be quite honest with you, I don't know what to make of it. This dude's name was Norman Bergrund. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Okay, well, he was a NASA scientist during the Apollo stage and stayed on with JPL, and the guy just died recently at 104. He lived out, he got up there. But in 1980, he wrote this book called The Ringmakers of Saturn. And he contends, and Nova is, not Nova, but what were the Voyager? The Voyager spacecrafts took the first pictures of them, and after that went black. At least Voyager 2 did, or 1 was it? I can't remember. But anyways, allegedly that right there showing is supposedly a 6,000-mile long ship.
Yeah.
You think that's just snot, or is there something there?
It could be just like a reflection off of one of those rings.
Well, they have more than one picture. I have a few of them, actually.
Now, I read a while back where those Voyager 2, I think it was, took something like 55,000 photos.
Absolutely.
And they haven't gone through half of them yet.
That's right. Yeah. And they always start out as classified, so we're not going to see anything with any detail. We're lucky we saw that. Now this is allegedly an alien skull and shoulders on Mars. What do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine it. I think I have a version of it colored, but dude, that
does look like a skull, doesn't it?
A skull and a chin and an arm with a hand coming down.
Nose.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Look at it. It's perfect on a big melon head. I hope it's not buzzing out there. The last time I noticed I was buzzing. I don't know how to stop that.
Al Quim read that book.
What's
Al
that?
Quim read that book you were talking about.
Who read it?
That Al Quim said, "We are the survivors for a reason." Yes, I read that book.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What book was that?
The book that you were talking about, that NASA scientist wrote, I would say.
No, I don't remember talking. I don't remember talking about.
The bloke that not long died. You said he wrote a book around 1980.
Oh no, that's not that one. The one you're referring to right now is the former Nazi. He did write a book about living on Mars.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and the mayor of Mars was Elon. Ain't that funny? Yeah, he died in 79 or 80. But no, Norman Bergrund, He was a working scientist right into his late 90s. And he was coming on interviews saying the aliens were 14 feet tall and black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, he talks about it like, you know, he's got first-hand knowledge, you know. I think there's one more here. Oh, this is allegedly water on Mars. Water on Mars. What do you think?
Yeah. I see that.
Yeah. Now I can turn you over to the better when I got more of some of the
They
stuff.
say they know that water is under the surface on Mars.
Oh, absolutely. They got heat coming out. Heat signatures coming from underground. I'm telling you, I know it might sound super like science fiction, but I think people are living under the ground on Mars. I really do. I don't think that's no bullshit. I think there's a little bit of seriousness to that. Now, I don't know if it's humans or what, but something's doing. You know, why is all that heat coming out of the surface for nothing? And it's growing in ozone. Crazy. Anyways, let's go to the next picture here. Oh, yeah, here, what do you think of this comment? Now, this is a comment, a member of the government who has upheld an oath, took an oath to support and keep the citizens safe, says this. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. Why hasn't he been strung up? I mean, he admits that, and everybody, oh, look at that, isn't that cute? It's pretty serious.
Maybe every now and then everybody slips up, and sometimes they just tell the truth.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, hey, I got to respect him for that. Yeah.
Once he was honest, so why? Yeah, so what? We're going to string him up because he was honest?
Well, okay, all right. I'll you won that one. I'll relay.
Okay. Thanks, Greg.
There's the fork. Literally the fork in space. That's the picture that people are finding with the Google.
Hang on, it doesn't come up yet on YouTube. Now it is. Yes.
I mean, what in the barnyard is that? The fork in the road?
Is that a Birkeland current?
Well,
Or some form of current?
Why isn't the rest of it in glow mode?
Don't know.
Maybe it's just a glitch. I don't know. Who knows? That's the texture of it up close.
Well, I see they've just turned some massive radio satellite on in Australia.
Yeah.
To peep into, to listen into space and look into space.
Oh, I know. What are they listening to?
See if there's anybody out there talking.
I'd say that if you don't want to be on the menu, maybe we should just keep our mouths shut, man. Why is this so important that we're found? Didn't work out good for the natives.
I like that idea too.
No doubt. That is another thing that they found with the telescope. Just out there by Ryan's Belt. There's the coordinates right there. They don't know what the hell that thing is.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to
well,
be. It has to be immense. It has to be immense. If it's like just a chunk of rock. Looks like it's got craters in it.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy looking. That's the third one. Now, that's pretty odd, dude. What does that look like to you? Just like, it's just like some old tire in space, you know. It's as big as a star or bigger. And it's got this white, and it's going for light years. What in the heck is that?
Well, it's been enhanced a fair bit because if you're looking at that far, it would only normally be.
Look at that beam. Yeah, well, that's true. You could be right. It could have been enhanced.
A little tiny dot.
There's two of them. One with beams and two with beams. I think there's four in all. And that was taken with the telescope. Certainly looks like a spaceship to me. I don't know. But kind of almost looks a little like Star Trek-y. You know, it's got the section coming down.
There's dust.
What
do they call it? Space dust?
There's the bridge right up there.
Oh.
I don't know. I think it's a ship, man. What else could it be?
Space dust.
Piece of lint.
What?
There it is in color. Look at it. It's even got little windows and shit. It's interesting. It's a star cruiser. Took it with a telescope. Look at this.
It's bright. Yeah.
That's allegedly a picture taken on the moon.
On the moon?
Yeah. I can't really say it was or it wasn't.
Well, let's see what they find.
And I'll leave a link to the video from this guy. They're, like I said, you know, the videos are interesting, to say the least. You know, at least they provoke thought. You don't have to freaking believe them, but it's interesting. And this is a picture of the moon. It kind of looked, and there's something sticking out of it. It kind of looks like it's a photograph with a knife sticking through. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what could
something might be crashing into it?
Sticking out its tongue. See his eyes here and his nose.
Yeah, it might have been one of them alien spaceships crashed into the moon.
Hey, baby.
Yep.
Turn it around. Yeah.
Well, let's see what they find this time with them all going to the moon.
When are they going to do that?
Well, pretty soon.
Hopefully.
Meant to be the next couple of years. America's meant to be back on the moon, and China's working on it, and India's working on it.
That's the sun.
So
blocked out, and that was spit out.
Yeah. Yep.
I wear a medallion that looks like that. It's supposedly the universe. It's a crystal. It's got copper on it. Looks just like that, but it's blue.
Yep.
Interesting. Another picture ship by the sun. What else could it be? I don't know. And there's UFOs in ancient paintings. This is like an ancient painting, and they're showing. I should have showed the whole picture first. It's a famous picture. This guy's in the background, looking at a freaking UFO or what? And what else would it be? It's UFOs in history.
What's standing
here's a picture from like 500 AD or something like that. What is that in the sky? Is it tabernacles? You know what it looks like. You know what it looks like, right?
Spaceship.
It's insane.
Flying saucer.
Crazy. Look at that. Looks like they're in formation. You must obey. We mean no harm to your planet. We mean no harm to your planet. What's that? It's not a joke. That picture exists, man. I mean, what were they thinking? I'd like to know what the artist was thinking with this picture.
Yeah.
It's a little crazy. That's number one, by the way. And like you can see all this stuff, and he goes into detail with it too. That's why I'll leave you the link. I got most of these pictures from, a couple of them are my own ideas, but most of them are from there. I just wanted to check it out because I was kind of just like, made my jaw drop a little bit. I thought, I'll share these with the folks that probably like this. You know, turn it into a new website maybe, or maybe you might think it's shit. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a creep. Look at this. This is like on the moon with it looks like some kind of transport. I mean, I didn't make this up. You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Looks like some kind of track.
I see the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have ley lines similar to that on Earth.
Well, do you think that's a craft or is it a rock?
No, I don't think it's...
Well, where did these dug out? Where do you think these dug little things came from?
Oh, just
they go right
bits
through
of stuff
craters.
Yep. Yep.
Just amazing, man. And that looks like maybe a structure, like building.
Or a different sort of rock.
Yeah.
Could be a volcano or something.
Those aren't shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's it looks like a dump truck. See it? See, it's got kind of a texture for a dump truck. It's like in between runs. You know, they're mining. That's what that guy said, that remote viewer. That's it, an X-ray or something.
Okay.
And then that structure exists. Looks like a Phillips screwdriver in the middle. It's in color. That's a close-up. Wait a minute. And poop. I'm not blowing it. That's a dead alien. I gotta go back. I was trying to go back one. And that is what the dead alien looks like on Mars. That was just with him enhanced, and he is right there. It's the door, and yeah, that's what it certainly looks like a person with something on top of him.
It looks pretty fossilized.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'd say so, bud. It looks like a skeleton. Yep, Look at that, man. Eyes, nose, head, arm, hand, foot. Maybe it was lion people. Did I ever show you that picture of a 65-foot, like, either a cat or a weasel, giving the peace sign? Did I ever show it to you? I have it. I've shown it many times. Well, it reminds me, if that was like a cat man, and this dude's a lion man, I'm starting to think cats might come from Mars. What do you think of that idea?
Oh.
Is it bad?
Mars for cats.
Yeah.
Hey.
Move on here. And what's this now? I gotta try to remember what this was. Well, first of all, that looks like a building that's like no longer there, but it looks like architecture, not geology.
Yeah. And whatever's lying there looks like it's got a cone head.
Whatever's what?
It looks like it had a cone head.
Yeah, a cone head, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there. Look at it. What kind of monster is that? Like one of them face huggers? No, it's too big. He's got claws and a big head with like a scorpion's body. That would be pretty wild to see something like that. No, maybe it's just there's his arm. I see. Okay, could be.
Well, Elon Musk, he sent a car to Mars. Has it landed yet?
Dude,
he said that he was sending that Tesla to Mars. So when he gets to Mars, he's got a Tesla to drive around. Now that should have landed by now, wouldn't it?
I think the guy's. I can't even listen to him.
You think he's different?
I just can't listen to him. Yeah. I think he's playing a role.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let's reintroduce the space program that's 65, 70 years old. Okay, so I don't know what this is. I think it might be that's a statue face. Other than that, I can't remember why I saved this. Do you see anything else to it? It must be that. Oh, well. Oh, yeah.
Things there looks like there's been water running.
It's like a dragon. Damn it, I went past it.
Yeah, and it looks like water running through
backwards?
There. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, there. Yeah, there's the alien colored. There was the dragon, and I blew it. We're going to have to go back through it until we see it again. What's this?
The dragon. That's a little green man. He's got a big cone. So he must have a big brain.
See there, that is possible animals. And it kind of looks like it to me. I don't know.
It must be living on dust.
That's what they look like from up above on Earth. And then these things are taking off. They're leaving trails behind them. Nobody knows what they are.
That looks like Earth to me.
No, it's Mars.
That looks like Earth.
It's Mars. It supposedly came from the Mars Global Surveyor. I don't know. Maybe it is Earth.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to be coming from Mars. That's closer. They're like doing wheelies, going down the way. And there's more of the critters on Mars. They look like those are the coordinates if you want to copy them down. Look it up yourself. I guess they even have a Google Mars. Did you know that, Andy?
Google Mars.
Yeah, they got Google Mars. I don't know though. They could be little buildings too. But even though if they're little buildings, then who the heck who's living in
them? Someone may have lived in them. They may or may not. They look a bit like dolmens, don't they?
Yeah. Did you see that? That was made on Earth. I guess it's kind of ancient. They got one on Mars too.
That's Earth.
Right there.
Yep.
That's pretty strange, to say the least. There they are, side by side. And that is the reflection of a being that wasn't an astronaut when one of the moonwalk guys was doing his moonwalk. I think it's Apollo 12. So,
yep.
What could that possibly be? Looks like another person to me. Saying, hey,
looks like an astronaut, doesn't it?
Yeah,
maybe the Chinese, maybe the Russians got there first and kept it a secret.
This would have been a perfect spot for a Clint Eastwood sound drop. Get off my lawn. I should have put it here. That's one of the critters up close. Get off my lawn. That's another structure on Mars. There should be an end soon. I just wanted to share this with you because I thought they were quite odd. What do you think of this thing? The spire on the moon. The hell is that, man? How could that be possible? It almost looks like he has a face. But I mean, that's pretty wild. If that's a tower, how did it get there?
Lunar spire.
Water and critters and green. That's it. Water and green on Mars. Right there. They've been bullshitting us and telling us it's a red planet all along. It's got a blue sky. Trees on Mars.
Well, we might get there and they mightn't want us there.
Huh?
We might get there and they may not want us there.
Right, yeah. They try to tell us it only has 1% of Earth's oxygen. Bullshit. It has 15% of Earth's oxygen.
Yep.
So
that Mars too, is it, Greg?
That's Mars, yeah. Freaking woodlands. It looks like woodlands to me. Trees look a little different, but they sure do look like trees.
Well, that probably would be.
The red planet. That's the sky. Baby blue sky seen on Mars in many NASA photos. 2018 August. UFO sighting news. Yeah, that's Mars. Remember we used to have a red sky? That is a cloud pattern on Mars. Allegedly.
It might look like Mars to me.
It's like Shockwave said in the first video. There are people that take legitimate things and stretch them to even make them look better. Now, I don't know for a fact that this was taken on Mars, but allegedly it was. So until I see another picture from a different standpoint, I won't believe it.
Yeah, that looks very much like Earth, doesn't it?
Yes.
But then the gas giants could be doing that.
Sand. Yeah. Well, I think Saturn is the wind is blowing so hard on Saturn that the sand is in the sky and atmosphere and making the planet brown.
Yep.
It never falls to the ground. It just keeps blowing.
Mm-hmm.
It must have just millions of tons of sand. It ain't wheat. I don't know why. Oh, because of the wind. Yeah. I think that might be. Oh, that's a dust devil on Mars. So it has to be electric charge on the surface for dust devils to exist. Clouds again, water, architecture. Obvious. You can't say that's natural. Straight line.
Even got a whirlwind going around through it. Mm-hmm.
And I think we're back to where we started from. Yes, okay, that's it. I just wanted to share
those. Countries can be very similar to that.
I just wanted to share those interesting photographs with you.
Tree of electricity.
And get your thoughts.
Saturn's interesting, isn't it? You'd think those hitting Uranus and that they would really try and have a good look at the makeup of them.
Yes, and why do they not? I mean, it's already been ascertained. They're like, the water in Saturn's rings matches that of Earth, but its moon is not, and it makes the story about the moon. Wait a minute, slam on the brake. What did you just say? That means nothing to you? They just breeze on by and talk about the odd moon. It's, I don't know. Eventually, I just don't see how they're going to be able to hold out really that much longer. I mean, maybe another decade. Eventually, they're just going to, instruments are going to keep getting better, keep getting sharper, keep finding out more, and they're going to eventually have to concede. But they're not going to go down without a fight.
No, they won't. Because you have to protect your patch. That's what it's about.
Absolutely. Boy, I'd really love
to golden in their rocks.
Yeah.
Now that's classic, like a desert where there's been a river at one stage, isn't it? So you reckon that's on Mars again, Greg?
Where? I stopped.
That last photo.
I stopped showing.
That last photo.
I stopped showing it. That was in the playlist it's playing.
Yeah.
And there are some other pictures too. There's some guy who took a picture of the moon with a P900, I think, and he's got lights on the moon. I mean, what the hell is that? Where's that coming from?
Well, that can also be different minerals do that. Different minerals reflecting.
Yeah. Well,
that
that's
could also be from that too.
I'd like to hear that. I'd like to learn about that because I don't.
We have that. We have different minerals here that will reflect light.
Ceres does. Yeah, Ceres does it too. This is a picture of a trail steering around a crater. He shows a better one than this, but that was Tom Van Flanderen's lecture. I thought it was interesting. It steered around the craters. Yeah, but so well, let's see. I was wondering, probably Nick might be joining us. I'll play a video or two, and then we'll see who shows
Nick's
up.
About.
We'll see what shows up.
And sometimes Nick gets about. Yeah.
I don't even know how many people are watching. We might not have any, but
by what I've got, we've got 16. Just hang on a sec. I'll do this because sometimes you refresh. 17 now.
Okay.
Hang on.
So we actually got some folks paying attention to my babbling.
Yeah.
Babbling.
You've got 17. Oh well, the chat's been pretty.
Well, let's go back.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, let's go back to the chat. I want to say, I'm trying to see where this goes. So let's get back to it for a little while. We'll see what happens.
Load.
Yeah, because on here you've got
the cloud,
a good few that are actually
or God, or the ether.
Yeah.
in the
Experiences in our
Hold on.
Now Graham's keeping them all going.
No,
can retrieve them very readily because the synaptic patterning, we just go and we can pull it back out of the ether instantly. That may be how our brains.
Yes, because again, Greg said to me when he was working on one of his videos with this empty animal, why would you not choose eternal life? Didn't Greg remember that?
Yes, I did.
He said, I did choose eternal life. And my answer was, yes, but then you cannot be reborn. You can only be once, that's it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you could never be reborn.
I like that. Great.
That means you can never produce, you can never reproduce, which means what's there today is there forever, which goes back to Rick talking about what the elites don't want all of us. Right.
I was reading, I wanted to find something that Velikovsky talks about this very thing, salt on the earth.
Oh, yes, interesting.
And he has ash too. That's but something said here.
We got to remember that pure sodium, is one thing. The sodium that we have on our planet, when they say isotopic, they're talking about other isotopes included into the mix. That includes deuterium, which is a form of sodium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
deuterium is
hey, whatever happened to polygirl?
It's a form of it's an isotope. It's not a form of sodium. It's an isotope that is in the water on Earth. We have the same concentration of sodium. We have the same concentrations of what did I just say? Deuterium and other isotopes.
Tritium.
In our water on the Earth that have been found in the rings of Saturn. This identical. The word used was the isotopes are identical.
Yeah.
Identical.
Yeah.
So that tells us something, folks.
That does.
That most of our water came from Saturn.
We're all connected. Well, we're all connected. We're all connected.
Here it is, right here. I found
you know what I mean, Rick? We're all connected. That's why they say, you and I have 98% the same DNA as every other living thing on this planet. Yep. We're all connected.
Yep.
Check this out.
Not the whole solar that we're in is connected, probably the whole Milky Way. Yeah, go, Greg.
Of the salts of the sea, sodium chloride is by far the most abundant. This is from Velikovsky. The provenance of it is, however, a riddle. It was, and still is, assumed that the salts in the oceans originated mainly through the importation from land, having been dissolved from rocks by flowing rivulets and rivers, themselves fed by underground sources, and the same process working on the rocks of the seabed. Terrestrial formations are rich in sodium, and in eons of time it is assumed the sodium washed out of the rocks supplied its content to the oceans. The seas evaporate and the concentration of these salts grows, but rocks are by far not so rich in chlorine, and hence the problem. From where did chlorine come to contribute its abundance to oceanic water? There is chlorine in source water, but usually not in significant amounts. The proportion of salts in the rivers is very different from their proportion in the seas. River water has many carbonates, 80% of the salts fewer sulfates, 13%, and still fewer chlorides, 7%. Seawater has many chlorides, 89%, fewer sulfates, 10%, and only a few carbonates, 0.2%. The comparison of these figures makes it clear that rivers cannot be made responsible for most of the salts of the seas.
Yep. Because if they were emptying
and he says that it's very
the
few.
seas, they would be in that the amounts that are in fresh water. It wouldn't be salt water. Period.
Mm-hmm. You know, but humans are.
And he says there, Greg, he says there there's very few carbonates, 0.02%. And that's what I was saying. The carbonate virtually zero salt.
Well, I mean, if you have to remember, the Earth and Mars are children of Saturn. We were inside the envelope. We were probably created out of the body of Saturn, and if not out of the body of Saturn, right next to it, and then pulled into Saturn's influence like Saturn was pulled into the sun, right? Mm-hmm. But I think we were probably Saturn spitting out a planet or two during its its time of
that's probably a natural thing.
Yeah, so I mean, why wouldn't we have the same surface materials as in rocks of different types and magma, and it would all be the same as Saturn anyway. And then during the deluge, they say that the heavens opened up. That means space, folks. A lot of this water came from space. They saw it fall.
Well, listen to this. They're saying they can't explain where the chlorines come from, which to my knowledge is a green gas. It's just interesting that Ingo Swann saw these guys digging around in green gas on the dust.
Guess who? Saturn. Probably during the birthing process. Giving us all the elements, the same elements that planet has.
The most obvious and permanent effect of a deluge of extraterrestrial origin on the Earth would be the increase in its water volume and of the place occupied by the seas. Presently, 4/5 of the Earth are covered with water. A stupendous addition of water to the Earth should have decreased, not increased, its salinity, if the water came down in a pure state. But if the Earth was showered by torrents of hydrogen and water, some other ingredients of the Saturnian atmosphere could have also swept across the Earth's orbit. Yeah. So yeah, he's saying it came from Saturn. Yeah. And back to that Ingo Swann thing, I'm telling you, man, I just touched on this, the whole thing. He's saying that they got these freaking towers that are 1.5 miles tall, and these giant machines that are digging, and what the heck are they mining, you know? And they caught him spying on him. That's even crazier.
Yeah, we'll never know.
I know. It's just, if there is an elder race, let's say, of giants or extraterrestrials, they're probably keeping an eye on us, but they're not going to interfere, I don't think, you know. But there are probably more than one. Maybe there are many. Maybe we're really a prison planet. Have you ever heard that theory?
Sure, yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. But
no,
it is a theory that we are a prison planet.
It's getting that way. Certainly getting that
exactly.
way.
I know. What if it was like that once before, and the sinister forces are trying to recapture their domain?
I think so.
It seemed like that. The whole one world government thing. We already have a one world government. We have pretty much the same laws as you do in England, as you do in Canada, and as you do in Australia. See, we're worldwide here on Greg J Channel. That's right.
Yeah. AUKUS.
That's
But
right.
we all, pretty much all the good
But
jobs are gone.
that's because we're all at the moment controlled by the American dollar, which is controlled still by the British pound.
Exactly. The British Empire still runs the show.
Fucking hell. I wish I were part of it.
Yeah, me too. But I'd probably just be a nice guy. Everybody go. They'd kill me.
Printing his own money was a big no-no.
Yes. He turned the entire business world against him. The steel companies hated him. Obviously the bankers hated him. The military-industrial complex hated him. The Pentagon hated him.
I got a video I really want to play, but I don't know if I should.
Yes.
The oil companies in Texas hated him.
They hated him big time.
It's in the public domain,
Yeah,
but
and
I don't know if those rules
is it a wonder that he
apply
didn't
anymore.
survive?
Everything seems
all
upside
these
down.
powerful corporations and people.
And he was a socialist. And he was a socialist. He brought in medical benefits for people over 60.
He did. Yes.
Changed the pension system and all those things, all that because, they provided for all those years. Here's a little bit in return. Oh, you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. That's socialism and communism.
Yeah, that's right.
Recognise people.
And now, they want to do the universal basic income in the United States and in Canada and in all the Western countries.
What's that?
What's that? Oh, you can sit at home and make money just by doing nothing.
What?
You get a universal basic income.
Nick, you there?
Well, yeah,
universal basic income. I never heard about that.
That's not quite right, is it? Because you have a form of that sort of in some areas in England now as a trial.
Yeah, I'm on it, yeah.
Where you get a back seat. Yeah, they are. Now, Nick will explain it, Rick, because it's not what we all think. Right, Nick, explain how it works.
Yeah, what it is basically, if you're unemployed, you'll get say £70 a week. If you've got kids, you'll get £30 a week for each one of them. If you've got an house, you can get up to like £350 a month.
That's nothing. You can't live on that.
Yes, but then if you then get a job, and you only earn £100 a week, you still get the basic, your universal income. Then it's built up to that.
I get it.
So you'll always get that kind of money. But
so we're going to be a welfare world.
Well, yep. It is that.
That's what it is.
No, we're not, Rick. No, we're not. We're not. Even the playing field now the casual
if you're working and the company will pay you more than the basic income, which not many companies can afford to pay you.
Does that explain why Target starts $15 an hour?
You might get £8 an hour with a 0 hours contract, which means you've got to show up for work every day, and if they don't want you, they'll just say piss off, come back tomorrow, and you just claim your basic your universal income for that day, even though you've gone to work and been told to piss off. So you just claim your universal income for that day.
I thought that everybody gets a certain income and it comes off on your taxes, that you have to, if you're working, you basically pay it back at the end of the year in your taxes. That's the way I thought it worked.
It is basically similar to that, except you don't get taxed unless you I think you've got to earn you get your tax back or under 12,000 a year or something like that, pounds a year, and the average wage in my town is £15,000 a year, and you can't really get a mortgage, or you can just about pay rent on that, so people are have got about a month's money in their banks. With it, if they don't work for a month, they've got nothing. That's most of the people in this country. So they've got us where they want us, simple as that. So hence the mask wearing, hence the get jabbed with whatever they want to jab you with. Just do what you're told, because pretty soon you're all going to be living in a big smart city, and not allowed to go into the beautiful free world
countryside.
Not yet.
That's all fenced off.
That's all.
That's not making any more beef.
No animals.
Nick,
Yeah.
that's about equation. Did you think, and if you did the one for Canada and Greg did the one for America,
Kill
the
all the animals.
would be what, £25,000 a year?
Yeah, it's meant to
The
be
average
that in
person in
this
your
country.
region would earn about 24. Righto. So in Australia, the minimum wage is about around $19 an hour.
Well,
So that works out at $37,500 a year. But if you do the dollar conversion to the British pound, that works out at about £25,000 a year.
yeah.
So it works out an equal sort of, if you get what I mean. And you'd probably find, if Greg looked at his area where he is and Rick where he is, you'd probably find it would work out. So the average person just working, that would be about the same for them too now.
I don't think they're anywhere near 25,000. I think if you go down to London, then maybe 25,000, but up here certainly not. Not a chance. There aren't many people earning 25,000. Well, I suppose there are now. Yeah, thinking about it, there probably are a few.
Yeah, so by the time they pay their rent, buy their basics, go to the odd soccer game, they're pretty much skinned.
Oh yeah, you won't save much money out of that, will you? No. By the time you rent any car, petrol, nothing.
But
With
most people, that 25,000 will help you survive.
That's all it is. Yeah, that'll help.
And then that'll breed a whole bunch of people that just don't want to do nothing. They'll just sit at home and relax and say, "Oh, I'm comfortable in this."
Hurled on the earth.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
Nephilim. The present state of the moon and of Mars and other celestial bodies does not imply that in the past they were equally desolate. Concerning Mars and the moon, we have the testimony of our ancestors, supported by modern observation, that these bodies were engaged in near collisions only a few thousand years ago. It is not excluded that under conditions prevailing on their surfaces prior to these events, life could have developed there or elsewhere in the solar system to an advanced stage. Working in the early 1940s on Worlds in Collision, which in its original form covered also the cataclysmic events preceding the Exodus, I wondered at a certain description that sounded like a visit from space. The 6th chapter of the book of Genesis starts this way: "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose." The story told in Genesis 6 about the sons of God
B'nai Elam, coming to the daughters of men, is usually explained as referring to an advanced priesthood that mingled with backward tribesmen. When Columbus discovered America, the natives, according to the diary of his first voyage, regarded him and his crew as having arrived from the sky. A similar occurrence could have taken place in pre-diluvial times, when some invaders from a remote part of the world came and were regarded as sons of God. But if we are today on the eve of interplanetary travel, we must not declare as absolutely impossible the thought that this Earth was visited ages ago by some people from another planet. Or was this Earth alone populated by intelligent beings? In my understanding, this passage from the book of Genesis is a literary relic dealing with a visit of intelligent beings from another planet.
When I was 8 years old, it scared the heck out of me.
It appears that the extraterrestrial visitors made their landing as if in advance knowledge of the impending catastrophe of the deluge. It could be that Jupiter and Saturn were approaching each other, even closer on their orbits, and that a disruption of one of them was expected. Possibly many centuries or even millennia passed between the landing and the deluge. The mission could have been undertaken to ascertain the conditions on Earth. If it was an escape, it could also have been from another catastrophe in the solar system, one of those that precede the deluge, like the one described as the dethronement and emasculation of Uranus by Kronos. If the ancient legends of a battle between the gods and titans, so persistent in the Greek world, but also in the mythologies of other civilizations, have any historical value, we may try to find what may have been the substratum of this fantasy. It seems that following great convulsions of nature, observable in the celestial sphere, giant bodies were hurled on the earth. They arrived, burned, and were crushed by impact. But at least one group of escapees succeeded in safely reaching the earth. They descended on Mount Hermon, or Anti-Lebanon. Of the extra-biblical traditions dealing with the subject, some reach hoary antiquity, antecedent to the composition of the Bible texts. The Book of Enoch narrates that the group was composed of males only, 200 in number, under the leadership of one by the name of Shemhazai. Aggadic literature says that the sons of God tried to return to heaven from where they had come, but could not. The new arrivals were probably of gigantic stature. Their progeny with women of the earth were giants. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Having fathered giants, they themselves must have been not of human size. The planet from which they came, I would not know to determine. El would refer to Saturn. The great size of the visitors would suggest a smaller body, where the gravitational influence would be less. 10,000 years is only an instant in the life of the cosmos. 10,000 years ago, man was only in a rude stone age. Today, he contemplates to visit other planets. If such progress is made in a time as short as this, who knows what secrets are concealed in the past or in the future? Because the story seems so fantastic, I made up my mind at that time not to publish anything on the subject when discussing the deluge and still earlier events. I came to this idea in 1940 and 41. In the 1950s, many people reported sighting UFOs, which were claimed to be vehicles of visitors from other planets, a view which does not find any credence with me. In 1957, the space age began, and by the late 1960s,
when the proposal that there were ancient visitors to Earth from other star systems found its way into print. In 1960, a Russian physicist and mathematician, M. Agreste, came to the conclusion that Baalbek stone was a platform for ascent by ancient space travelers, and that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by atomic weapons. February 9, 1960. At the time, I saw some alluring points to this thesis, but I would strongly question the implication that extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth as late as the Old Kingdom in Egypt, because this is the time to which the patriarch Abraham, a contemporary of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, belonged. Previously, several correspondents engaged me on the subject. One correctly observed that in order to procreate, the visitors must have been the same species as man. The Nephilim would more correctly be rendered as sons of gods, and may possibly be taken in the sense of sons of planets, or those who came from the planets. Several sources, including the Book of Enoch and Clement of Alexandria, maintain that the Nephilim brought with them much astronomical and technical knowledge, which they imparted to mankind. They couldn't have been all bad. Around a sun-like star is going to be really rare because they have no way of getting water. They have to be in an environment where they can get water, and that's why I'm with Velikovsky and Thunderbolts when they say that the Earth was a satellite of a brown dwarf star, simply for that matter, for the oxygen and the water that we have. And now, sure enough, they found a system. Well, here, let me play this for you. This will tell you better.
Imagine a place with not one, not two, but 7 Earth-sized planets all orbiting a single star. It's not just science fiction, thanks to a new discovery by NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope. TRAPPIST-1, an ultra-cool dwarf star just under 40 light-years away, plays host to this incredible collection of planets. In 2016, astronomers using the TRAPPIST telescope at the La Silla Observatory in Chile first identified 3 Earth-sized planets here. The discovery warranted extensive follow-up by Spitzer, whose infrared detectors are particularly sensitive to the cool glow of this tiny star. Spitzer devoted over 21 days of nearly continuous observations to TRAPPIST-1, pausing only to send data back to Earth. It was looking for tiny dips in the star's brightness when the circling planets pass in front of the star or transit. From this extensive data set, astronomers confirmed 2 of the 3 previously reported planets and found the third was really 3 different ones. Plus, it discovered 2 more for a total of 7. The transits tell us a lot about these planets, including their size, orbital period, distance from the star, and for some of them, their approximate mass and density. NASA's Hubble Space Telescope followed up by studying the transits to look for the chemical hydrogen gas in the exoplanet atmospheres. While its search continues, none has been found yet, adding support to the idea these are all rocky terrestrial worlds. That makes this a planetary system that is both familiar yet exotic. It is likely most, if not all, of these planets perpetually keep one face pointed toward their star, a phenomenon called tidal locking. This would create large temperature gradients across their surfaces and offer the possibility that liquid water could exist on any of them under the right conditions. Moreover, if you could stand on the surface of one of these worlds and look up at your neighboring planets in the sky, they would at times appear larger than our moon looks to us. That's because TRAPPIST-1 is only a little bigger than Jupiter, and the TRAPPIST-1 planets orbit only a little farther apart than Jupiter's moons. Interplanetary trips here would be measured in days, not months or years like in our solar system. For now, we can only speculate what these exoplanets might be like, as we still know relatively little about them. Upcoming missions like the James Webb Space Telescope will study the TRAPPIST-1 system in greater detail and uncover more clues about
The word obstinate comes to mind. To paint someone a blueprint and have them still not get it. That word obstinate comes to mind. It's kind of funny, though.
I said, I know. Everybody funny. Now you for that too.
I'm going to read something to you, and you tell me if you know who wrote it. Estimates that super technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. All right, time's up. The answer is Carl Sagan. How about that? I guess he can, engage and talk like that, but had Velikovsky ever done that when he was coming out with his book, they would have probably wanted to put him in a mental hospital. Carl Sagan kind of came around to seeing things Velikovsky's way, it looks like there at the end. There's another one. Dr. V. Ranghavan, head of Sanskrit at University of Madras. 50 years of researching this ancient works convinces me that there are living beings on other planets, and they have visited Earth as far back as 4000 BC. I would say further, much further. There is just a mass of fascinating information about flying machines, even fantastic science fiction weapons, that can be found in translations of the Vedas, Indian epics, and other ancient Sanskrit texts. Well, we've known that for a while. And this one really gets me. Dr. Robert Bloom, mainstream paleontologist, came out with a pronouncement that probably staggered all of his colleagues, saying it was clear to him that evolution was accomplished not by natural selection or mutations, but by spiritual beings of various grades and various kinds of intelligence. Even the hardcore mainstreamers end up coming out and saying this. And here's one of the things that gets me. I don't think for a minute that Cro-Magnon went extinct. Cro-Magnon man appeared with the mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with the cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man. A similarly large degree of brain expansion occurred in absolutely no other species on Earth. In all the ages of the past, not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. Why aren't the apes getting bigger brains and evolving? The rabbits. No other species. The brains of all these early humans were 10 to 15% larger than ours. Well, this even goes further. We got them as cavemen. I don't think that they were cavemen. And I know that one thing so that they could figure out the mysteries of the universe. Now, Hoagland says that you can get, when you look at the moon up close, you see a light at the edges, and that is the crystalline structures or glass structures that were built like domes.
Tensor calculus. Now, theory, we can use this stuff right now with current technology and with current
Well, with the way things are going, I don't feel comfortable using other people's stuff right now. Kind of did a little bit tonight, but, I know Thunderbolts is cool. As long as I leave a link, they're good. And most people are, but some people, you know, I mean, you just never know. They may not dig that, even though it's free press to me, you know. But I got something else here. And are you still there, Grouch? Grouchy Man? Are you still there, Grouchy Man? Grouch! I caught him skipping out. I'll be damned. Caught you. All right, well, I guess I'll just start the video then. I hope that you're back by the time we get back, because I wanted to do something after this. If you, wait a minute, no, I'm the one.
Hope that you're back.
Oh, there it is. I had myself muted.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, at least I didn't do it for 2.5 hours.
No, you done well.
All right, back to the, one more video. Then we're going to chat. I got
Let's go. All right. All right. No, you done well. All right.
What caused Venus and Mars to shift their orbits? When Venus became a new member of the solar system, it moved on a stretched ellipse and for centuries imperiled the other planets. Because of its dangerous circling, Venus was diligently observed in both hemispheres, and records were kept of its movement. In the last centuries before this era, the 225-day year of Venus, and apparently also its orbit, were practically the same as in modern times. As early as the second half of the 7th century before this era, Venus, watched with anxiety, had already ceased to be a cause of dreadful expectation. It probably reached, then, the orbital stage in which it was found in the last centuries before this era, and where we still find it today. What caused the change in the orbit of Venus? I shall pose another problem besides the first. Mars did not arouse any fears in the hearts of the ancient astrologers, and its name was seldom mentioned in the 2nd millennium. In Assyrio-Babylonia, in inscriptions made before the 9th century, the name of Nergal is found only on rare occasions. On the astronomical ceiling of Sinmut, Mars does not appear among the planets. It did not play any conspicuous part in the early mythology of the celestial gods. But in the 9th or 8th century before this era, the situation changed radically. Mars became the dreaded planet. Accordingly, Mars Nergal rose to the position of the frightful storm and war god. The question must then present itself. Why, previous to the time, did Mars signify no danger to the Earth? And what caused Mars to shift its orbit nearer to the Earth? The planets of the solar system move in nearly the same plane, and if one planet were to revolve along a stretched ellipse, it would endanger the other planets. The two problems, what caused Venus to change its orbit, and what caused Mars to change its orbit, may have a common explanation. The common cause may have been some comet which changed the orbits of Venus and Mars, but it is simpler to suppose that the two planets, one of which had a greatly elongated orbit, collided, and that no third agent was necessary to bring about that result. A conflict between Venus and Mars, if it occurred, might well have been a spectacle observable from the Earth. It is not impossible that the two planets came repeatedly into contact, each time with different results. If a contact between Venus and Mars really occurred and was observed from the Earth, it must have been commemorated in traditions or literary monuments. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Wow, it's raining outside. That's pretty cool. We got a little thunderstorm going on with my window open. I don't know if you can hear it yet. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Empedocles. I wonder if that's where we get the word impede from. To this day, it has not been established at what date the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. Even ancient authors differed greatly in reckoning the time when Homer lived. It was established to be as late as 685 BC. The historian Theopompus, and as early as 1159 BC. Certain authorities quoted by Philostratus. Herodotus wrote that Homer and Hesiod created the Greek pantheon not more than 400 years before me, which would mean not prior to 884 BC or 484 BC being regarded as the year of Herodotus' birth. The question is still debated. Some authors argue that there was a long interval between the time when the epic works of Homer were composed and the time when they were put into writing. Others think that these works must have been created not long before the Greeks acquired the art of writing, about 700 BC. It is also argued that the Greeks must have known this art long before 700 BC, on the assumption that Homeric works were created much before that date. It is generally assumed that the fall of Troy antedated Homer by several generations, and also the great epic works were the creation of generations. The fall of Troy is sometimes thought to have taken place in the 12th century. On the other hand, it has been shown that the cultural background of the Homeric epos is that of the 8th or even the 7th century. The Age of Iron was well underway, and many other details would preclude an earlier scene. It is highly probable that the Homeric works were created at that time or shortly thereafter. Whether these poems were first sung by a bard who lived centuries after the destruction of Troy depends on the time when Troy was destroyed. The tradition about Aeneas, who, saved when Troy was captured, went to Carthage, a city built in the 9th century, and from there to Italy, where he founded Rome, a city first built in the middle of the 8th century, implies that Troy was destroyed in the 8th or late 9th century. But for what purpose do I burden my present work with this question? It may seem that the two problems, how Venus changed its orbit to a circle and how Mars changed its orbit so as to come in contact with the Earth, are weighted with a third problem from a far removed field and in itself complicated. And even if these matters have something in common, how can a problem with three unknowns be solved? We shall come closer to a solution of the astronomical problem with which we are concerned, and the problem of the epics of Troy, if we recognize the cosmic scene of these epics. A simple test can be made. If Ares, the Mars of the Greeks, is not mentioned in the creations of Homer, this would support the view that the Iliad and Odyssey were created in the 10th century or earlier, or at least that the drama they describe had taken place not later than this time. But if Ares is presented as a war god in these epics, it would indicate that they were composed in the 8th century or thereafter. It was in the 8th century that Mars Nergal, an obscure deity, became a prominent god. Epic poems rich in mythology that originated in the 8th or 7th century would not be silent about Mars, Ares, who became outrageous at that time. With this yardstick at hand, the epic poems of Homer must be re-examined. The task will not be difficult. The Iliad is full of descriptions of the violent deeds of Ares. And in this epic, the story is told of the battles which the Greeks, besieging Troy, waged against the people of Priam, king of Troy. The deities took a prominent part in these battles and skirmishes. Two of them, Athene and Ares, were by far the most active. Athene was the protectress of the Greeks. Ares was on the side of the Trojans. They were the chief antagonists throughout the epopee. At first, Athene removed Ares from the battlefield. Then flashing-eyed Athene took furious Ares by the hand and spake to him, saying,
Ares, Ares, thou bane of mortals, thou blood-stained stormer of wars, shall we not now leave the Trojans and Achaeans to fight?
She led furious Ares forth from the battle, but they met together again in the field. Furious Ares was abiding on the left of the battle. Aphrodite, the goddess of the moon, wished to participate in the war also, but Zeus, presiding in heavenly Olympus, told her, Not unto thee, my child, are given works of war. Nay, follow thou after the lovely works of marriage. And all these things shall be the business of swift Ares and Athene. Athena or Athene? I'm going to find out. Thus the god of the planet Jupiter admonished the goddess of the moon to leave the combat, that it might be fought out by the god of the planet Mars and the goddess of the planet Venus. Phoebus, Apollo, the god of the sun, spoke to the god of the planet Mars. Then unto furious Ares spake Phoebus, Apollo, Ares, Ares, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, wilt thou not now enter into the battle? And baneful Ares entered amid the Trojans' ranks. He called, How long will ye still suffer your host to be slain by the Achaeans? The battlefield was darkened by Ares. And about the battle, furious Ares drew a veil of night to aid the Trojans. He saw that Pallas, Athene, was departed. For it was that bare aid to the Danaans. Hera, the goddess of the earth, stepped upon the flaming car, and self-bidden groaned upon their hinges. The gates of heaven, which the hours had in their keeping, to whom are entrusted great heavens and Olympus. She spoke to Zeus.
Zeus, hast thou no indignation with Ares for these violent deeds, that he hath destroyed so great and so goodly a host of the Achaeans recklessly? Wilt thou in any wise be wroth with me if I smite Ares?
And Zeus replied, Nay, come now. Rouse against him, Athene, who has ever been wont above others to bring sore pain upon him. So came the hour of battle. Then Pallas, Athene, grasped the lash and the reins, and against Ares, first she speedily drave. Athene put on the cap of Hades, to the end that mighty Ares should not see her. Ares, the bane of mortals, was attacked by Pallas Athene, who sped the spear mightily against his nethermost belly. Then brazen Ares bellowed loud as 9,000 warriors or 10,000 cry in battle when they join in the strife of the war god. Even as a black darkness appeareth from the clouds, when after heat a blustering wind riseth, even in such wise did brazen Ares appear, as he fared amid the clouds unto broad heaven. In heaven he appealed to Zeus with bitter words of complaint against Athene. With thee are we all at strife, for thou art father to that mad and baneful maid, whose mind is ever set on deeds of lawlessness. For all the other gods that are in Olympus are obedient unto thee, but to her thou payest no heed, for that this pestilent maiden is thine own child. And Zeus answered, Most hateful to me art thou of all gods that hold Olympus. Forever is strife dear to thee, and wars and fightings. The first round was lost by Ares. Hera and Athene made Ares, the bane of mortals, to cease from his manslaying. In his vein the poem proceeds, its allegorical features being only too readily overlooked. In the 5th book of the Iliad, Ares is called by name more than 30 times, and throughout the poem he never disappears from the scene, whether in the sky or on the battleground. The 20th and 21st books describe the climax of the Battle of the Gods at the walls of Troy. Athene would utter her loud cry, and over against her spouted Ares, dread as a dark whirlwind, calling with shrill tones to the Trojans. Thus did the blessed gods urge onto two hosts to clash in battle, and amid them made grievous strife to burst forth. Then terribly thundered the father of gods, and men from on high, and from beneath did Poseidon cause the vast earth to quake, and the steep crests of the mountains. All the roots of many fountained Ida were shaken, and all her peaks, and the city of the Trojans, and the ships of the Achaeans, and seized with fear in the world below was Aeneas, lord of the shades, lest above him the earth be cloven by Poseidon, the shaker of earth, and his abode be made plain to view for mortals and immortals. So great was the din that arose when the gods clashed in strife. In this battle of gods above and beneath, Trojans and Achaeans clashed. Together the whole universe roared and shivered. The battle was fought in gloom. Hera spread a thick mist. The river rushed with surging flood and roused all his streams tumultuously. Even the ocean was inspired with fear of the lightning of great Zeus and his dread thunder, when so it crasheth from heaven. Then rushed into battle a wondrous blazing fire. First on the plain was the fire kindled and burned the dead, and all the plain was parched. Then to the river turned the gleaming flame. Tormented were the eels and the fish in the eddies, and in fair streams they plunged this way and that. The fair streams seethed and boiled, nor had the river any mind to flow onward, but was stayed, unable to protect Troy. Upon the gods fell strife heavy and grievous. Together then they clashed with a mighty din, and the wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. Zeus, the heart within him, laughed aloud in joy as he beheld the gods joining in strife. Ares began the fray, and first leapt upon Athene, brazen spear in hand, and spake a word of reviling. These passages sound like they were written by Shakespeare or Francis Bacon. Wherefore now again, thou dogfly, art thou making gods to clash with gods in strife? Rememberest thou not what time thyself in sight of all didst grasp the spear, and let drive straight at me, and didst rend my fair flesh? This second encounter between Ares and Athene was also lost by Ares. He, Ares, smote upon her tasseled aegis,
Thereon, blood-stained Ares smote with his long spear, but she gave ground and seized with her stout hand a stone that lay upon the plain, black and jagged and great. Therewith she smote furious Ares on the neck and loosened his limbs. Pallas Athene broke into a laugh. Fool, not even yet hast thou learned how much mightier than thou I avow me to be, and that thou matchest thy strength with mine. Aphrodite came to the wounded Ares. So Aphrodite is the moon, took him by the hand and sought to lead him away. But Athene sped in pursuit. She smote Aphrodite on the breast with her stout hand, and her heart melted. And her heart melted? Sounds like it would be the seas of the moon. These excerpts from the Iliad show that some cosmic drama was projected upon the fields of Troy. The commenters were aware that originally Ares was not merely the god of war, and that this quality is a deduced and secondary one. The Greek Ares is the Latin planet Mars. It is so stated in classic literature a multitude of times. In the so-called Homeric poems, too, it is said that Ares is a planet. The Homeric hymn to Ares reads, Most mighty Ares, chieftain of valor, revolving thy fiery circle in ether among the 7 wandering stars, planets, where thy flaming steeds ever uplift thee above the 3rd chariot. But what might it mean that the planet Mars destroys cities, or that the planet Mars is ascending in the sky in a darkened cloud, or that it engages Athene, the planet Venus, in battle? Ares must have represented some elements in nature. Guess the commentators. Ares must have been the personification of the raging storm, or the god of the sky, or the god of light, or a sun god, and so on. These explanations are futile. Ares Mars is what his name says, the planet Mars. I find in Lucian a statement which corroborates my interpretation of the cosmic drama in the Iliad. This author of the 2nd century of the present era writes in his book on astrology this most significant and most neglected commentary on the Homeric epics. All that he, Homer, hath said of Venus and Mars, and of Mars, his passion, is also manifestly composed from no other source than this science, astrology. Indeed, it is the conjecture of Venus and Mars that creates the poetry of Homer. Lucian is unaware that Athene is the goddess of the planet Venus, and yet he knows the real meaning of the cosmic plot of the Homeric epic, which shows that the sources of his instruction in astrology were cognizant of the facts of the celestial drama. My interpretation of the Homeric poem, I find, has been anticipated by still others. Who they were, it is impossible to say. However, Heraclitus, a little-known author of the 1st century, who should not be confused with the philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus, wrote a work on Homeric allegories. In his opinion, Homer and Plato were the 2 greatest spirits of Greece, and he tried to reconcile the anthropomorphic and satiric description of gods by Homer with the idealistic and metaphysical approach of Plato. In paragraph 53 of his allegories, Heraclitus confutes those who think that the battles of the gods in the Iliad signify collisions of the planets. Thus I find that some of the ancient philosophers must have held the same opinion at which I arrived independently after a series of deductions. The problem of the date when the Homeric epics originated was raised here, to be solved with the help of this criterion. If the cosmic battle between the planets Venus and Mars is mentioned there, then the epics could not have originated much before the year 800 BC. If the Earth and the Moon were involved in this struggle, the time of the birth of the Iliad must be lowered to 747 BC at least, and probably to an even later date. The first earth-shaking contact with our planet had already taken place, and for this reason Ares is repeatedly called Bane of Mortals, blood-stained stormer of walls. Homer was thus, at the earliest, a contemporary of the prophets, Amos and Isaiah, or more likely he lived shortly after them. The Trojan War and the cosmic conflict were synchronous. The time of Homer was not separated from the time of the Trojan War by several centuries, possibly not even by a single one. The statement by Lucian regarding the inspiring drama of the Homeric epics, the conjunction of the planets Venus and Mars, can be refined.
there was more than one fateful conjunction between Venus and Mars. At least two are described in the Iliad. In the 5th and 21st books, the conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama. Well, we know now that it can. Exchange thunderbolts, and I thought that's where he was going to. The conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama. I guess that would depend on how far away from each other they were. But he knows that. That's why I don't quite get that statement right now. End of subchapter. Stay tuned. Part 2 is on its way very soon.
Hey, are you there? Let's see, I gotta see if I'm muted. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Are you there, old buddy? Old buddy, old pal?
Yes, I'm here, Greg.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
So, is there anyone else in here, or is it just you?
Hang on, I'll have a look. No, I think it's just you and I. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Got 28 others.
Oh, there's 28 people watching?
Yeah, or listening.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty decent. Yeah. No.
Nick's floating about. He's out of bed.
Well, good. Then we got maybe another video away from enjoying a little chit-chat before I gotta go.
That'll do.
All right. Wait till Nick
right.
joins us.
There you go.
All right. I'll be back.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
See you soon, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully. Yeah. Yes. Yes, see you soon, Nick. Yes. That can be the big question. Yes. Yes, see you soon, Nick. Yes. I'm sure you've got something in that massive file that you have. Yes. Quasar.
You are engaged in a difficult field of endeavor.
Hang on, look. Nick's here. Say good day to Nick.
In a society who dares the truth.
Great.
But you and others like you are the hope of the world.
Howdy. Delicious.
Who knows? Maybe we've been wrong all these years. Maybe there isn't such a force as gravity pulling everything toward the center of the Earth.
Towns. Marrow, important enough to bring
from Space Telescope Science Institute.
Connection.
False picture.
For the, I think, 1200s, the Catholic Church.
There's a protrusion 43 controversial thing. One of the best and earliest of the really controversial things was a Seafoot galaxy known as NGC 4319, which Chip Arp discovered that it has a protrusion coming out in the south direction from it, one of its spiral arms, and ending up on another galaxy known as Markarian, and people have tried to explain it away in all kinds of ways, and then tried to take false pictures to show that it's not there. But I've seen the good pictures, which were the first really good pictures were taken by Jack Sulentic.
NGC 4319 was part of some work that I did in the early 80s when I was a young astronomer, a young faculty member, and people were coming up to me and saying, oh, I've written a paper to show that what Chip Arp has done is wrong. There were at least 3 famous papers right around 79, 80, 81, and it took about 5 minutes to look at these papers to see that they were flawed. And one of them was a paper that claimed to show no connection between NGC 4319 and the quasar, Markarian 205. So at that time, I had the opportunity to work at JPL using the new image processing facilities that had been developed for the Voyager program, in fact. And it took 1 hour's effort to show that there was some kind of a luminous feature between those 2 objects. I don't know what it is, but there's no question that there is a luminous feature, and it cannot be dismissed in the ways that it was dismissed in the early 80s.
Suddenly there appeared press releases from Space Telescope Science Institute, which was the research arm of NASA's Hubble Space Telescope, and this press release said that they were not connected, and it gave a Hubble Space Telescope picture. It was not very deep, and you could just see 2 objects and no connection between them. And in this press release, then they said that this proved that there was no contradiction with the current expanding universe paradigm.
No connection between the 2 objects. So I looked at their picture, then I downloaded it, and it took me 5 minutes to show that it's still there. Now, I don't know what it is, but I think you face up to the existence of the feature, and then you consider conventional and unconventional explanations. But I was really surprised that they felt it necessary to issue a press release saying, it's not there, it's not real. It's the same thing we saw 20 years ago.
But it's hard to get people to look at this because they don't understand it. You see, it's again the non-cosmological redshifts.
We realized that the people who had been processing the pictures and released it must have known that the bridge was there, and yet they chose to try to convince the public that in fact it wasn't there, and that everything was right with the current expanding universe paradigm.
It's a strange attitude. I don't understand it as a scientist, really. I think that news release could have generated much more interest in astronomy than many of the more conventional news releases, because people would be talking amongst themselves, gee, what could that be? And then various people could offer scientific explanations. But to just sort of close the door, in a way, you could argue that Chip, or someone like Chip, who believes in an alternate interpretation, I'm sitting in the middle of the bridge, so it could be either way. He should feel strong, because I interpret that as a manifestation of fear and uncertainty. Because if I really had confidence in my paradigm, I'd put it right out there and say, well, yes, there is a bridge there, but it's either this explanation or it's that explanation, but certainly it's not what Chip Arp says. But instead to just say it isn't there, that's a manifestation of fear, I think.
This misrepresentation of the results on a public level, published through a press release from a government-supported institution, which was not refereed and which gave the wrong information, seemed to escalate, in my opinion and my colleagues' opinion, escalate the controversy into a publicity campaign, which was sort of like doing scientific research by press releases in an attempt to defend as a sort of a last resort a dying paradigm in physics.
I don't know what more one can do than the data are there, they've been got. We have to make sense of it.
I think in one sense they think it's bad to, quote, confuse, unquote, the public. Because if you believe in the standard paradigm with all your heart, you know it can't be real. I know it can't be real. You know, if I try to be at all rational within the context of the current Big Bang ideology.
Tsumayanu, who was a very well-known theorist, always said you must look at the observations, and maybe if things are coming apart, appear to be coming apart, maybe they are coming apart. Conventional astronomers don't allow things to come apart. They always say there's enough dark matter in the system to hold it together.
I've come to the conclusion that what it is that will unseat an established prejudice, a strongly established prejudice, is one observation.
This is simply explained because the most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July the 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now, the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water ice rings. As the Proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This and the earlier capture of the other gas giants provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects, as they're known, including Pluto.
Jurg Mitty says, did ancient people have last names? Why all the famous characters had a single name? I know, there's like 20, or what was that guy's name? I can't remember off the top of my head. I've said so many of them. Diodorus. There's so many of them. You have to make sure you check which Diodorus it was. The most famous one is Diodorus Siculus, but there are quite a few. When did we become obsessed with keeping family names? Someone answered you, I think, pretty good. Margaret Boucher. Occupations. Coppers, Fletchers, Smiths tended to stay within their family trades. That's a piece of your question. Google the rest. T-Nix88, of course. Sons of this guy's, sons of that guy. Also where they came in the beginning. That's why they would say Diodorus of Siculus, or so-and-so of Samos. Be where he came from in some cases. Other cases, occupation. I just always wondered, where in the hell did Hancock originate? Okay, then we got the Nebra Sky Disk. The Nebra Sky Disk is a bronze disk, around 30 centimeters, 12.
Hold on. All right. We come back to this. We're going to do a little chatting, and got a little idea here. Let me get you on some kind of something else, and then, are you guys there? Hey.
Yes, I'm here.
Medusa and Grouch. What's up, guys?
Hi, Greg. Hi, Grouch.
Hang on, Nick.
So, anything new, Nick? I haven't talked to you in a while. I've been through a little bit of some ups and downs lately, but how about you? How have you been?
Well, ups and downs to put it mildly, mate.
Yeah, I know.
In the middle of moving house at the moment.
Yeah, I guess, you have good luck, you have bad luck. I don't know, I'm trying to stay on the positive side of it and not let it get me down. Just,
Oh, totally. I'm looking totally forward to the future, but it's just a bumpy road at times.
People can ruin you. They can literally ruin you just by stealing your identity.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's been happening, has it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just going to be a common occurrence. It's data sovereignty. It's a massive issue. People can always, stuff you over with your data.
I just happened to be watching this interview with a former congressman. And I think it was the interview was in 2013, and his name was Noel Gallagher. It's Interview with Neil Gallagher. Neil, yeah. And he was a congressman from New Jersey. He came in the same time JFK did, and he served until the 70s. And he tells his tale of his battles trying to get privacy for U.S. citizens, and he was being fought every step of the way by who else? J. Edgar Hoover, who I mean, the dude, man. When you hear about
it's all about selling your data. That's the value. They're selling your medical data, your banking history.
To make a long story short, there is no bills in law that protect consumers from internet scams or privacy invasion, or no laws.
That's quite incredible, isn't it?
That's what Neil Gallagher gets at. And after you watch that interview, it's pretty appalling. Pretty appalling.
Well, the thing is, this has been going on since the advent of Windows. There's spyware in all your operating systems, and people can read what you're doing on your computer at any point. They always have been able to. It's always been completely illegal.
And these people, they seem to be evil geniuses. I mean,
they're not so much geniuses. I mean, these backdoors are put in there by competent programmers, but it's it's obviously the murky underworld of spying that where everyone's subject to.
Yeah.
People getting all your information who have no right to it, and are making big profit out of it. Normally nefarious.
Yeah.
And of course, the powers that be, they want to support these massive tech companies because that's where the control lies now. And
man, I have this frickin' video. I just would love. I have it on my BitChute, but I'm hesitant to play it on YouTube because I don't want, even though it's in the public domain and. Yeah, it says the owner gives up all rights. It's free to the public. I'm just so afraid of using it because someone's going to go, "It's mine!" And the next thing I know, they're going to believe them. I'm like, no! I mean, when you get a chance, you don't get a chance to defend yourself. They just say, "Yeah, we're investigating you for this." Bam, guilty. I mean, it's got to be some justice, man. I don't know.
Law's weaponized now.
Huh?
The law's been weaponized against normal people.
Well, see, what's happening is people are copywriting everything that isn't tied down, because everything's about making money.
I know. There's a guy who generates riffs on a computer and then copyrights them all. Then he listens to any recently produced music. If it matches any of the riffs, any of the million riffs that he's copyrighted, then he sues them.
Yeah.
That's how he makes money.
It's just, man. I mean, wow. Shit, man. I write pretty elementary songs. They'd probably have a field day with me. But
well, everyone has influences, don't they? I mean, every tune is influenced by another, really. Somewhere, we use the same patterns. Those musical patterns they just pop up, don't they, naturally? So there's thousands of songs that use the same chord routines and stuff, and some most are in a 4/4 beat.
Yeah.
So it's easy to show how songs are so similar, but whether it means it was that particular song that was plagiarized is another matter.
Well, yeah, the Verve. You remember the band called the Verve?
Yeah, sure.
I think they're from Detroit, actually. They did that song "Bittersweet Symphony."
Yeah, they're not from Detroit. They're from the other side of Manchester.
Oh, okay then. Okay, I thought they were from Michigan. But anyways, they played that song, and I'll be damned if there isn't a Rolling Stones Christmas song that Brian Jones wrote a section for in violins that is exactly that song. Same timing, same notes. The Stones sued him, and they said, "Oh, well, we'll give you credit and split the profits with you." He said, "No, Bob, that's not how it works. We're taking it all." And they did.
I wonder what happens.
You never heard from the Verve again.
Oh.
It's kind of.
But they did a number of other good songs. I think was Happy Man.
I don't know. I think they were done after that. I haven't heard.
Yeah, they'll have been shut down. They'll have been closed down, won't they? Completely.
And I did listen to both songs, and you can't tell the difference. Goes,
well, they've obviously done that.
You know, it does that. Yeah, perfect. So it must have been something that he heard, then locked it in a capillary, because I've done that too, where you think you created it, but you just heard it before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
With 6 chords, how can you not have songs that sound the same?
Well, this is what I'm saying, Greg. You can't. The patterns are in every song, aren't they? There are so many Beatles songs, chord routines that show up in Bruce Springsteen, and you've got to. That's what rock music is. It's
Did you know that?
That's CEG.
Yes. Did you know that Chuck Berry sued John Lennon for "Here Come Old Flat Top," grooving up slowly off "Come Together," and won?
I suppose that's how they make the money.
And Lennon said he said it because he was paying homage, which I can relate to that if you want to pay homage to someone, you know. But I guess Chuck Berry, Chuck Berry was not a very nice person. I watched a special with him and Keith Richard. And Keith, it was Keith's dream to play with his idol. This was like, I think, in the 90s. 80s or 90s, late 80s or 90s. It was his dream to play with his idol. And he came in to rehearse, and Chuck Berry's guitar case was open, and Keith just tickled the strings and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm touching." And Chuck Berry lost his mind. Lost his mind and freaking just bitched Richards out. It was, then it was Richards for the rest of the gig, and he kept telling him, "You're playing that wrong," because he was trying to play the intro to Johnny Be Good, just a 2-string pull off, and he kept saying, "No, you're not playing it right. You're not playing." He just drove him into the ground, man. Keith just took it all in stride. Needless to say, he doesn't think the same of Chuck Berry anymore. That must suck. There's a video, I don't mean to just keep talking about it. There's a video on YouTube. It's with Chuck Berry and John Lennon singing together. And all of a sudden, out of the nowhere, Yoko starts going, "Ew, ew." And Chuck Berry looks at John Lennon like, "Man, why aren't you telling your bitch to shut the F up?" It's just funny, because John's just like, it's like nothing to him. And Barry's looking at John like, "What's wrong with you?" You have to watch the video. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember it was pretty funny. I never understood that whole thing, dude. All the Beatles fans hated Yoko.
Yes, quite a strange type of woman. Very, very odd kind of person.
Yeah.
But I think she had a. She was a photographer, and she had a unique. She had a unique form of art, anyway. Certainly.
Oh yeah. You want to know how John met her? She had a display at some museum or some art thing, shindig, and it was a ladder with a magnifying glass nailed to the ceiling. And you climb up to the top of the ladder, you take the magnifying glass and you look in, and tiny little letters are scribbled, "Yes." That was her art.
Which is...
And John just freaked out. He must have been tripping or something,
Oh, I think it's it's just interesting concept, isn't it? That you are part of the performance. Just walking up that ladder, you're curious as to know.
Yeah.
What happens when you look through the little Oculus.
Yeah.
There you are. You get an affirmation, and it's a really positive kind of nice piece of art. I think that.
Yeah. Now with
got to be involved in it to do it. To appreciate it, you've got to have climbed the ladder.
I know we've chatted about this before, but I can't really remember. Being British, how do you feel on the whole Paul Fall thing?
The Paul Fall. What's that?
Paul is dead. Yeah. Where do you come down on that?
Oh, that. I think it's just too hard a thing to push effectively. I mean, it's so outlandish a conspiracy theory, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but he does have different colored eyes now. He is a different height. You know, I mean, I just can't explain that real easy.
No,
do people's eye color change as they age? I don't know, maybe.
Well, I think people would have had to know the original one, and know the current one, really, to be able to make a judgment like that.
Well, yeah, I've seen it before, where the original Paul from, like, Love Me Do and all that, early 64, 65, he has like brown eyes, and the new Paul has hazel eyes. Maybe it's possible, I don't know. And then both of their hair split different. I say that it's probable. Because what would they do if one of them got killed? They would probably do something like that.
I suppose if it was making millions and millions of pounds,
exactly.
They won't want it to stop too quick.
I mean, and plus, of course, there's a theory that the Beatles were a conspiracy to corrupt people with music and LSD and.
But yeah, it was being. They were being used that way.
Yeah.
Hurricane Smith was their producer when Paul was meant to have killed himself. Hurricane Smith at the start, Rubber Bullets, and he was also the guy who produced Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd.
How many musicians had parents that were in military intelligence? They're connected. Jimi Hendrix.
All these boys, most of these boys.
Yes.
Most of them.
Even the guy from the Doors, Jim Morrison. His dad was
Grateful Dead.
The Admiral of the Navy during the Vietnam War.
Grateful Dead. Jimi Hendrix.
Yep.
Jimi Hendrix's old man was a naval officer, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yes.
The Grateful Dead.
Yep.
There was something to do with it.
Nirvana, Kurt Cobain had uncle or something like that and did intelligence. It's crazy. It's just ironic. I think the guy from the Mamas and the Papas too. At one time they were pretty big on the West Coast, until
they were massive. That Mama Cass and what have you, they were massive.
Jimi Hendrix kind of replaced that whole kind of music, the Mamas and the Papas, and once Jimmy came around with that sound, it's like, wow, it changed music, just like Van Halen did.
Sure. It was using an electric guitar like no one had used it before.
Yeah, like no one had used it before. And, I remember when I first heard Purple Haze, it didn't necessarily blow me away. It wasn't until I heard him play the Star Spangled Banner in Woodstock, and then I said, oh. And then they came out that album, Bandit Gypsies, and then I started getting into Experienced, and then I was hooked, like everybody else. But at first, when I remember first hearing it, I didn't think that much of it, But the first time I heard Led Zeppelin, hey, mama, like the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. Pa 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 pa. I was like, oh, I gotta hear more of that. I thought this lead singer was black, the way he made his voice sound.
Robert Plant, fantastic.
Yeah, I thought he was a black dude because he had such a freaking voice, man. I mean, you go listen to Zeppelin in 1970. 71, 69. Robert Plant, man, that guy, what a voice.
He's still touring and singing.
Oh yeah, I know. I wish he'd do some Zeppelin, man. bummed me out. They got together at O2 Arena in 2002 and played that gig, and I watched it. It was excellent. Jason Bonham played drums. I thought, one more time. But he was shacking up with that chick he's with now, and he wasn't. He was too busy sniffing her butt. He didn't want to get back together with Zepp. Is it too late now? I don't know. What kind of shape is Jimmy in? Jimmy Page.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be touring. I mean, Robert Plant he starts a new band every couple of years and does a tour, world tour.
Yeah.
So
I just wish they'd do a Zeppelin thing while they're still breathing. I mean, the Stones are still doing it. Why not them too? Plant.
You wonder if they still get on, or he's a musician, Robert Plant, so he just wants to carry on new music.
Isn't he?
And then going through the old stuff all the time, I think.
Isn't he like pushing 80 now? He's got to.
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to be. I saw him a couple of years ago, and it was absolutely, singing fantastic. He's transcendent, that guy. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And John Paul Jones, I mean, that's, who wouldn't want to have him play bass on every project you want to do? I don't know why Robert don't gobble him up, because that guy is just a phenomenal musician. Just all the way around.
Oh, that's right. That's how they got to the top of the world, really, isn't it? I mean, they were the top band in the world.
All virtuosos, all solo artists.
Yeah.
John Paul Jones is a solo bass player, Plant, and then of course Jimmy, and then John Bonham is just, that's where they got the lead. That's where the lead comes from. Yeah. The drummer that I have in my one band, the Pygmy Bush Babies, Mark, that's his style. Yeah, that's who he tailored his drumming after. And you can tell too when he liked that song. Mother America's, I can't even remember the title of it. We play it. Fly Me Courageous. He's playing drums on that tune. And then my other drummer, Keith, was more of stay in the pocket and don't overdo it kind of guy. And he plays more like the record. They're both good. I like them both, It just
in the pub last night there was a good band on. They were pretty young kids, maybe 20-odd-year-old. They were a fantastic band, but the drummer there was anyway. His dad is the drummer's pal. I was talking to him, and I recognised him from pub, the Seven Stars, in the 70s. He was the drummer of a band called Accident on the East Lancs. As I was listening to this, it was almost like going back in time, because these were all the bands, Accidents on the East Lancs. It was all the kids in this band that I was watching. They were actually really top class musicians. They haven't got the direction yet, but it was almost like took me back to when I was watching the Pars playing, all those years ago. It was brilliant, in fact. But you see, most of the normal local people in the pub, they all went there to Rochdale to watch another band, because they don't like rock music. So I mean, this was live music, absolutely top class, and the pub had emptied for it. And rather than support the local bands, they all split and went somewhere else.
Really?
Apart from me, like. But the people who did come in, one by one, I spotted them, and they were all people I used to know like 50 years ago. All friends as well. Really good memories, Fantastic. Oh, we had a great night.
Yeah, I haven't been out to a show in a long time. But, I don't know. I don't really have it to go to the clubs anymore, Kind of outgrew that.
It was my birthday last weekend, and I went into Manchester, and I watched Gong and Osric Tentacles. Wow.
Hey, yeah. Hey, you know, I got an idea. Do you want to finish a thought before I change the subject?
No, go on, Greg.
Is there? I don't want you to. If you still got something to say, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just rambling on, Greg.
No, I know,
carry
but
on.
I was interested. Now, what kind of music did that band play? The second band.
Well, Gong started in '69, and they formed from a band called Soft Machine. David Allen was the inspiration, an Australian, and they were very sort of trippy band. They did the Flying Teapots, and it was all about weed and mushrooms.
Okay.
But again, you see, they were fantastic musicians.
Yeah.
And they had a commune in France, and it's now it's their kids who are in the band, or people they've brought through, in the band. The next generation, all the old ones have died off, and then Ed Wynn. Ed Wynn is an amazing guitarist in Osric Tentacles.
Oh yeah.
And he was brought through from Gong and Steve Hillage back in the 70s. I watched them at the Free Festival up in the hills near me back then. It spawned this trance music. It's like space rock trance music with a bit of jazz thrown in. Absolutely fantastic.
I kind of like that premise. I'd like to hear a little bit of it. Why don't you link some of it to me?
I sure will, Greg. I do send you bits. Oh wow, Greg! This, it's just something else. And anyway, the Osrics came on first on the first set, and it was absolutely brilliant. I was only like a few feet away from the stage.
Well, I don't want to. I know the folks probably don't want to hear us talk about music forever, so I'm going to change the subject. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in that.
I'll send you some links in here, Greg.
Yes. What we're going to do right now, folks, I'm going to include you in for a little bit here before we move on. We're going to do a little trivia, and I'm just going to put the camera on you guys, and. I hope I can do that and read it. Oh shoot, I can't. How am I going to do that? I'm going to ask trivia questions. We're just going to do about 10. We'll keep points. 5 for right. See who wins. All right, so I'm going to ask the first question. You can't see it though, so I have to put it on this right here, and then I'll come back to you. All right, the first question is, what is the name of the thin and long country that spans more than half the western coast of South America? And that is, what is the name of the thin country that spans more than half?
Craig.
No, I'll read it again. I can't. Well, you guys can't see it because the answer's there. Hold on, that's not good. I have to fix that. So take 3 off. Okay. What is the name of the thin and long country that spans more than half of the western coast of South America? Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, that's not Brazil.
Chile. Absolutely, Alchemy is right. Chile. Oh, wait a minute. No, Nick. Oh, you got it. Nick got it. 5 points for Nicky. Ding, ding, ding. All right, number 2. You guys can't see that, can you?
No.
Which American state is the largest by area? Ding, 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 ding. Nope. Which is the largest American state by area? Alaska. Yes, Tim, you got it. Ding, 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 ding. 5 points for Tim. You guys keep track of your own score, please. All right. Which 2 countries share the longest international border? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, bum, bum. No answers? Okay, the answer is Canada and the U.S. Wow, you got in right under the buzzer. Yes, Oz, you get 5. All right, number 4. Which is the smallest country in the world? Ding, 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 ding. I should like play a song instead of doing that stupid thing. Which is the smallest country in the world? This is going to be a toughie. Vatican. Nick got it. Yes, sir, Nick. 2 for you. You are a smart man. I am the smartest man alive. Which continent is the largest? The answer is... Which continent is the largest? Which continent is the largest? Asia. You got it, Nick. Are you peeking? All right. All right. Here we go. I'll be fast on it here. Which of the 7 wonders is located in Egypt? Which of the 7 wonders is located in Egypt, and what is it? Well, that's a real hard one. Which of the 7 wonders is located in Egypt? And what? Yes. Oz comes through with 2. Yes. Pyramids of Giza. What is the capital of New Zealand? The capital of New Zealand. Nope. Yes. Nick. Check out the big drain on Nick. Which desert is the largest in the world? I'm probably going to get the answer before I get there. The Sahara, that's right, Jamalama. You hit it good. All right, we got 2 more here. What is the name of the world's longest river? Yes, it was the Sahara, but the river. The longest river in the world. No. The Nile. Yes, indeed. And the last one, which city in India would you find the Taj Mahal in? Ooh, that's a tough one. Which city in India would you find the Taj Mahal in? No, not Delhi. I don't know if anyone's going to get this one. Maybe if you're Indian, you might. I didn't know it. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The name of the city that Taj Mahal is located in is called Agra. And that will conclude trivia for this period, folks. I'm going to play a video for you, and then we can chat some more. Okay? So I'll be right back. Way to go, Nick. I think you won, buddy. Add up your points.
Inches, so it's smaller than a shield, a big plate in diameter, and a weight of 2.2 kilograms, 4.9 pounds. Pretty heavy for its size, with a blue-green patina and inlaid with gold symbols. These are interpreted generally as a sun or a full moon, a lunar crescent, and stars, including a cluster interpreted as Pleiades. 2 golden arcs along the sides, marking the angle between the solstices, were added later. A final addition addition was another arc at the bottom, surrounded with multiple strokes of uncertain meaning, variously interpreted as a solar barge with numerous oars, as the Milky Way, or as a rainbow. The disk is attributed to a site near Nebra, Saxony-Anhalt in Germany, and associatively dated to...
That's me, dog. You don't realise I'm online.
It has been associated with the Bronze Age of Metis culture. The style in which the disk was executed was unlike any artistic style then known from the period, with the result that the object was initially suspected of being a forgery, but it is now widely accepted as authentic. The Nebra sky disk features the oldest concrete depiction of the cosmos yet known from anywhere in the world. In June 2013, it was included in the UNESCO Memory of the World Register and termed one of the most important archaeological finds of the 20th century. And if you look at it from what I see possibly Jupiter, possibly Saturn and Venus, or Saturn, Venus, and Mars, or, it could be any one of those, but there was 3 bodies in the sky. That's what it looks like to me. But when they look at it, they wouldn't even think about it. You could slap them with the truth and they still can't see it. I wonder what Velikovsky would have said about it. It was discovered in 1999 by Henry Westphal and Mario Renner while they were treasure hunting with a metal detector. Well, you never know what you're going to find. It was in Germany. The precise dating of the Nebra sky disk depended upon the dating of a number of Bronze Age weapons, and they came back with 1600 BC. The gold was thought to come from the Carpathian Mountains. A more recent analysis found that the gold used in the first phase was from the River Carnan in Cornwall, United Kingdom. The tin present in the bronze was also of Cornish origin.
Astronomers assume that gas turbulence from supernovas, star formation, and magnetic energy transference via differential galactic rotation play a role in determining the magnetic profile of galaxies. But still, these cannot account for all that is observed. In the early 1980s, Anthony Peratt, a plasma physicist at Los Alamos Laboratory, used supercomputers to simulate the interactions of plasma clouds that could lead to galaxy formation. He used the principles of interacting magnetic field-aligned electric currents, called Birkeland currents, after the scientist Christian Birkeland, to simulate the formation of galaxies without the need for dark matter or dark energy, or gravity as the only force. Here, 2 spherical clouds of plasma, confined within magnetic filaments, start to spin around each other until they form a spiral shape.
All of these arguments that I presented here today are very strong arguments, and the fact that they have even been looked at by any astronomers or cosmologists says it all right there. You'd think that cosmology within the course, learning just the basics of the electric force would be something that would be needed, but they don't even bother with that. Now, how can you make an educated theory or guess, because that's what they are basically, without considering all of the facts? That's just ignorant and indignant, even for a layman. Those are unsound methods, and really kind of embarrassing that we have scientists like that. If there are ETs up there, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was, they're laughing at us. But they don't see any reason for a change, because they're having a good old time pulling the wool over our eyes. Well, that'll do it for another show. I'll see you on down the road. And remember, Velikovsky spelled backwards is X Vok I love. Peace. Coming up next, a conversation with Ted Holden on the planet Mars. That's coming soon. As you know, Ted is a co-author with Troy McLaughlin of Cosmos and Collision, Ganymede Theory. He's a smart guy, and I'm just going to shut up and let him do the talking. That should be good. And I like the way he thinks. So
My next video will be a conversation, not an interview, but a conversation with Ted Holden. I mean, I just let the guy go, and he can bring it. That will be coming up very soon.
Began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance.
Sorry, that was me, Greg. Sorry, man.
Is Andy here? Can you hear me okay, Adusa? Adusa, can you hear me? Andy's not here. That's amazing. I wonder where he went.
I can hear you, Greg.
Can you hear me? Andy's not here.
No, I think he's left the. He's left.
I wonder where he went. Where did he go? Did he leave the building?
It looks like it. I can hear you, Greg. Andy's not here. No, I think he's left the. He's left.
You gotta turn your speaker off.
Looks like it. I can hear you, Greg.
Turn the speaker on YouTube off. There you go.
That's off now. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah.
Flicking around.
What I wanted to say was, did you catch any of that talk that we had with Shockwave and you and me and Andy?
I haven't caught anything recent.
The first part of tonight's live stream, I played an older live stream that we did with Shockwave, you and me and Andy.
All right. I'll listen back later. I'll listen back
There's going to be a couple of them that they don't last very long because something happened to my mouse. It disappeared. I couldn't do anything. I had to do a cold shutdown, and it took forever for it to come back, but it did. I was starting to have nightmares of needing a new computer. That's just what I need.
Right. Oh, so you're getting used to your new system and everything, are you, Greg?
No. I'm not going to do that. Not right now. Can't really do that. Not in a place where I can. But just gotta get through this whole thing with them. All the crap that just took place in the last week. Yeah. Since the 14th.
We're gonna have to have a chat, Greg, because I haven't been able to catch up for ages, and my internet connection is going to be dubious this next few months, so
Why
I'd
is
like
that?
to touch base.
What's going on with that?
Well, I'm leaving where I'm living, and I'm dragging my stuff up on the hill, and I'm building my bunker up there.
Oh, really? You're moving? Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
So what are you gonna do? You're not gonna have an internet connection? Is that it?
Well, not to start off with, because I haven't got any power just yet. So, so I'm going off grid.
You're
for
gonna
a
live
little while.
off grid with no power, no hot water?
Yeah.
How can you do that in the wintertime, dude? You'll freeze your booty off.
Oh, because I've got plenty of work to do, and I've got plenty of wood to burn. So I'll just get plenty of food up there, and just make sure I'll just work as hard as I can, and then make sure I've got plenty of food and I'm warm.
Well, I'm gonna miss you. You can't leave me.
I will be getting, a power set up as soon as I can generate and etc.
So what? It might take a couple weeks or something. Yeah.
A week, a couple of weeks at least.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool, man. If it's beneficial for you, in the long run, I'm looking to get out of this place too. I want to.
Yeah. I want to touch base with nature a bit more, and sort of. You tune into nature, and then it's sort of you go into a meditation, detune out society. It's pretty nice when you do it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I love nature. Yeah. Do you ever get into the big cats of Africa?
Big cats of Africa.
Yeah. I got
fascinating.
I got a playlist in my playlist. I don't know if I've ever really shown anybody. Maybe I should, because that might help people know, because I'm sure a lot of people don't even really know about it. So let me just see what I can do here. Not that one, this one. Yeah. So I'm gonna go right here, and this is my page right here, and this is my home page for some of you folks that might not know. And I got my videos here, and then second, I don't know how people arrange theirs, but I just try to put mine in a little bit of order. My live streams and my briefs that are under like 15 minutes, then certain categories that are interesting to me: Celestians, Saturn Death Cult. Can you see this okay, Nick? Can you?
No.
No, oh, shit.
Can't.
See, I'm glad I didn't ask. I'm glad I asked. Because it's there. Now you can see it, right? Yeah. Now you can see it. Okay. So I'll go back. So, okay, this is my homepage, Greg J. And then first, Greg J videos, then live streams, Greg J briefs, prehistoric, Saturn Death Cult, Roads and Collision.
No.
You got to turn the sound off. Yeah. Then it goes all the way down to Thunderbolts. You got to kill.
And first,
Can you kill the sound on YouTube?
A live stream. J3.
Alchemy. Can you kill your sound on YouTube? Or who is it? I don't know. Let me see. Wait a minute. It's not Alchemy.
It goes all the way down to
Medusa.
First, kill the sound and YouTube.
Medusa. Medusa. Can you turn off the sound on YouTube? Medusa, can you not hear me?
Can you turn off the sound on YouTube?
You're killing me, dude. Could you? Man, I don't know what to do. Okay, there, you're good. That's good. Keep it silent. Okay, so you get down to the last one. You got multiple. There's where my music is, and some more playlists I made. But the point I wanted to try to tell you is, like, for when I go to YouTube and I want to watch a video, I don't want to watch surface videos, because you could just wade through hundreds and thousands of. They start out with 5 minutes. You have to go like, okay, I want to get particular, but they don't let you see anything over 20 minutes. So to save people from that, I made like a playlist central. I've taken just about every subject that comes to my mind, and I've made pretty cool playlists. I used to have hot this or favorite this month, but I stopped. It's just getting to be too much. But there are a lot of interesting videos if you just click on my created playlist, and I'm sure that you're going to find a subject that will interest you. Now, one that I just been adding to recently is one that's called Big Cats. I don't know where it's at exactly here. But the cat, like, I love to watch, like, the plight of lions and leopards, you know, in the wild, because, I don't know, there's something about it, you know, they gotta scrap out their living on their own by killing other animals. It's just amazing, you know, watching a pride of lions and the males fight, and it's just, there's a whole complex, like, ideology going on there. They're all different too, you know. Have you ever paid attention to that at all, Adusa?
Oh, absolutely. The behaviours that are all unique, aren't they? I mean, it's like the lions. They've got to fight. They've got to fight to breed.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a ruthless world. And then if the male takes out the boss, the reigning male, he kills its cubs. Here it is. Right
that's
here.
it. That's it.
Yeah, Big Cats, nature. Check them out.
Natural in their world, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's something else, man. Just keeps me riveted. Especially, you know, now lions have gotten smart. They've adapted. It used to just be one male who ran the whole pride. It don't work no more. Now they can have as many as 7 running the pride.
Yeah, and they work in teams, don't they?
Yeah, and you know, if someone wants to take those 7 out, they better come, you know, with at least that many of their own. Mm-hmm. And lions can hear other lions roar and know exactly how many are there, just by listening to them roar. Yeah. And that sound really carries. You ever hear a lion roar? Have you ever been around one? Man, you can feel it. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they are such magnificent, aren't they?
Oh yeah. And then how about cheetahs? They're all clones, and I mean, how can you tell them apart? I don't know. Some people do, but they all look exactly the same, and they have the feet of a dog, the back of a dog, and the rest is feline, but a little head like a greyhound. You know. It's been hypothesized that they're all clones. Those were like made by whoever it was that was here, some say the Anunnaki or whatever, to be pets for the pharaohs in ancient Egypt. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard that hypothesis.
Yeah, they certainly have dog-like features, whether that's a clone or not, I'm not sure. But I know for a fact that in the world of artificial intelligence, object recognition, a big test, the ability of the AI is to tell the difference between dogs and cats, and it's quite a tough thing for an AI to do. Mm-hmm. It is a very tough thing. So I mean, that's how similar they are, really, in shape and variety.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you've got those hyenas that are also a cross between a dog and a cat somehow.
And what animal is that?
Hyena.
I never heard of that before.
Hyena, yeah, laughing a hyena.
Oh, hyena. Oh, those are the ugliest animals. They got these weird looking butts. They're really close to the ground, and their faces are just hideous.
Yeah.
I can't stand hyenas. Lions hate them too, man. A male lion will tear the shit out of hyenas, but they're always fighting each other, the lions and hyenas, for kills, you know. If the hyenas can outnumber the lions like 5-1, then they can win. They've killed lions before.
Yeah.
But
Group
usually
of them,
it's the lion that wins if it's a male. He just comes in there and tears the shit out of everything.
All about numbers, I reckon, in that world.
Yeah.
Is it?
There's a cheetah running, but they're built more like a greyhound. You know, they have little heads, straight back, dog claws, and the tail. It's just. Did you ever see their tail? It's weird, man. It balances them and shit. It's pretty.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Totally for balance, yeah.
Yeah, I've just always been into the big cats. I don't know why, but they intrigued me. You know, and it's weird how my little house cat acts so much like them. You know, it's got the same mannerisms. It's just a lot smaller. That's all. Just a lot smaller.
Well, I mean, I'm still waiting for people to get aware of these big cats knocking around in the UK. You know.
Hey, tell me about that. Is there really like panthers and stuff like that there?
Oh, I've seen one. I tell you, I've seen one. I know there is.
You saw.
I was only a few yards away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I know they're there. It wasn't imagination.
So what kind of animal was it?
It was a black leopard.
A black leopard. Yeah. Well, that's basically a panther, is what it is. I mean, black leopard. Yeah.
Yeah, massive.
Mm-hmm. It was huge.
If it was stood in front of me, its nose would probably touch my chest bone.
Wow. Yeah, that is pretty big.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I was probably about 30 yards away from that for maybe a minute. I was watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was aware of me as well. And I think if it hadn't been interested in what it was doing, I would have been in a great deal of danger.
Oh yeah. So you were in the wild and you saw this thing.
Well, I wasn't in the wild. I was in a little village in the hills, 30 miles north of me, in a very quiet little village. I just rolled out the pub, walking back down to the camper van by the river, and there was what I thought was a dog attacking a cat. Well, it was stood over the cat. Mm-hmm. As I got closer to it, I realised it wasn't a dog, it was a cat. Mm-hmm. What I thought was a cat was a badger, which are pretty big animals. And I got to within 30 yards of it. I pulled, when I realised it was a cat, I pulled my dog behind this wall before he saw it. Mm-hmm. Then I was trying to get my camera out, my phone camera out of my pocket. And a car came down the hill, disturbed it, and as the car came past, the cat attacked the badger. Mm-hmm. Then in a split second, that was it. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. It just kind of disappeared into the black, you know. Mm-hmm. So amazing.
So how long ago was this?
2-3 years. 2-3 years ago.
How 2 or 3 years ago? So how do you think it happens? What, people just have them as pets and then they say, I can't deal with it anymore, and they let it go?
Well, there's a theory that these stately homes with the aristocrats, they used to keep these animals in gardens and what have you. In 1976, I think there was a law passed, the Dangerous Animals Act, mm-hmm. Which meant that you had to be licensed to keep these animals, rather than if you weren't licensed, you were meant to put them down. Of course, a lot of these pet owners then release these animals into the wild. Mm-hmm. The theory is, but they're so reclusive. A body's never been found, and you know, although the feces has been found here and there, the bodies, they've never found a dead one. But like I say, no, I know what I saw, and this was the shape of. Have you ever seen the England football shirt with those three lions on? Well, they aren't lions, those. No. They're leopards, and that's what this was. It was a black leopard, an Asian leopard, because they're different to African ones.
You know, and, I think leopards. There are black leopards. That's true. Some of them, like most of them in Africa, their spots come out. But there's even black leopards and black panthers have spots. You just can't see them because they're black.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, this was definitely a leopard, because I mean, when it kind of growled at me when it realised I was there, and its teeth were must have been 3 inches long. So it was amazing. But after it split anyway, I made my way back to the my motorhome and made sure the door were locked in case it came and had me, plucked me out of the night, you know. What an heck.
Yeah.
Things you see are incredible. But yeah, so they're there. Believe it or not, they're there.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Let's do another trivia. This time it's going to be on, let's see, let's try it, astronomy. Okay? We're going to do 10 questions. And we'll play with we're going to do this on astronomy. All right, so let me get rid of this here, and then oops, can't let you see that. Oh, it's cheating. All right. Wait a minute. No, I got to give you a slideshow, because if I put it on the screen to read it, you'll be able to see it. So I have to put on a slideshow. Sorry. All right. Now, we're going to go over here, and we're going to look at the first question. What does space smell like? That's going to be a tough one, man. No googling allowed. The spots come out, but there's black leopard. Gotta kill that speaker. Kill that speaker. It's going to be hard to get this one, I think. Well, no, not poo. It's actually space. You give up? I don't think anybody's going to get it. It smells like hot metal, diesel fumes, and barbecue. How many constellations are there? Does anyone know how many constellations there are? Everybody gives up. I'll give it a little more time. Close guess, but higher. No googling allowed. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 88. All right, there are 88 constellations. Which planet has a hexagonal shaped storm? Oh, this one. No. Which planet has a hexagonal shaped storm at its pole? Hexagonal shaped storm. Yes, Saturn. Nick, you got it. All right. Number 4. Why isn't it possible? Oh, this is kind of silly. Which planet has the largest ocean? I didn't know that. Which planet has the largest ocean? Just go with the biggest. Jupiter. Jump in Jupiter. Which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris? Which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris? Which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris? The North Star. What is the North Star? What star is the North Star? Okay, you give up? Polaris. That's right there. You got it. What are the storms produced by the sun called? What are the storms produced by the sun called? Dun, 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 dun. What are the storms produced by the sun called? Only one more after this. And the answer is solar storms. Okay, one more. Which constellation represents a hunter and weapon? Which constellation represents a hunter and weapon? Yes. All right, got that out of the way. That'll end our astronomy trivia for the evening. I don't know, I like trivia. I think it's fun. I was going to play Jeopardy because I used to be addicted to that game. We used to have the regular game that you buy at the store, you know. Loved it. So anyways, Nick, what do you feel like? I got to get going pretty soon. So what are you up to today? What's going on with you?
Well, I've got to go up and a bit of digging. I'm putting a basin that I've got to insulate, and then put the board on top of that, and then put my shed on top of that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I get it. When is this move going to take place?
Well, right now I'm in the middle of it.
Oh, so it's a good thing we got a chance to talk. So it might be a little while before I get to chit chat with you again.
Yeah, well, I'll try and get you before I leave here, Greg, in the next couple of days, anyhow. But I'll try and have a nice chat with you before I go.
Yeah, well, that would be good. When do you think this might? So I have a kind of a ballpark figure of knowing. I'll make a note of it. A few days.
I'll try and ring you, Greg, on Skype.
Yes, do that. Or either Skype or you can ring me on Discord. Feel free.
Okay, well, I'll make sure I'll ring you till I get a response out. Yeah, Greg. So
I was hoping we could hang on long enough for Shockwave, or I guess Andy must have went to bed. I know it's getting late there, so I guess I was trying to hang out to see who might join us. But I think the next time we're going to do a Skype call. We'll get Neil, Shockwave, Andy, Polygirl, or even Val, whoever wants to join, and we'll just have a good old luau, Yeah. Do you have to split, or I know my daughter's going to be getting up soon, so I'm going to have to go within, I'd say by 9 o'clock. So I got about 35 minutes. You got time to chill for a little while, or you got to go?
Yeah. I've really got to get down the hill. Okay, I've got a trolley down there.
That's good.
Got a trolley that someone will walk off with unless I'll get it safe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll just catch you later, and I'll just play a video and go out with that.
Oh, thanks, Greg. Greg. Sorry I can't hang out a bit more today, Greg.
That's all right, man. No, you got to do your thing, and I've kind of had a bummer week too, and I do want to thank those of you that did donate and that have been sticking by me. It means a lot to me, It really does. It touches me. It's very warm. Thank you so much for being there for me. I can't thank you enough, really.
Big thanks for being there for all those as well.
Good, solid people. Yes. So I'll see you soon, Nick. Take care, my brother.
All the best.
All right. Don't forget to share that music with me now.
Oh no, I won't. That's great. I'll send that. Okay. See you, Greg. See you in a bit, man.
Take care, my man. All right, folks. We got about a half an hour left, and I'm going to just play another video here, and then we'll play a song and close out. I'll say goodbye. Okay? Let me just pull it up right here. What do I want to show? Let's see. Oh, I already know what this is. Okay. We'll go with a little bit of this one.
Fasten your seatbelts. We're taxiing down the runway, about ready to take off. We're fixing to climb.
And away we go!
Number 10, hypervelocity stars. Everyone knows that shooting stars are just meteors entering the atmosphere, right? That was kind of funny. What some people don't know, however, is that real shooting stars exist as well. They're called hypervelocity stars. These big fiery balls of gas rocketing through space at millions of miles per hour. When a binary star system at the center of a galaxy, one of the two partners is consumed, while the other is ejected at high speed. Just try to imagine a huge ball of gas 4 times the size of our sun hurtling out from our galaxy at millions of miles per hour. Number 9, planet from hell, Gliese 581c. Scientists have determined that this hell of a planet is the most likely candidate for future colonization, despite the fact the entire planet wants to kill you. This planet orbits a red dwarf star many times smaller than our sun, with a luminosity of only 1.3% of our sun. This means the planet is far closer to its star than we are to ours. Because of this, it is stuck in a state of tidal locking, meaning that one side of the planet is always facing the star, and the other side is always facing away. Just like our moon's relationship with Earth. Not quite. The moon and Earth are in sync so well that we never see a different side of it. That's how I understand that. The tidal locking of the planet alone results in some pretty odd features.
Yeah, but it don't make sense.
Stepping out into the star side of the planet, it would immediately melt your face off. Whereas standing in the opposite side of the planet, where there is no sun, would freeze you instantly. However, in between the extremes is a small belt where life could theoretically exist. Living on Gliese 581c would have its challenges, though. The star it orbits is a red dwarf, which means that it is at the lower frequency end of our visible spectrum, bathing the entire sky of Gliese 581c in a hellish red color. Another side effect of this is the fact that photosynthesizing plants would have to adapt to the constant bombardment of infrared radiation, rendering them a deep black color. Well, Earth used to go around a red or brown dwarf. That is probably why infrared light is good for you. Just looking at this right here, it increases energy, gets your skin healthier, gets rid of cellulite, speeds up fat loss, improves muscle recovery, improves mood, cognitive functions, speed healing from injury, and improves metabolism and hormonal health. That's just that one. I've seen others. There must be something natural about it. There's all kinds of things that is good about infrared light. That wouldn't just be by chance that is the case. There is a theory that says that actually what killed the dinosaurs off was flowering plants. And the gravity change, of course. Once the sun got involved, it changed all the plants, and ones that the dinosaurs were eating went extinct, and then naturally they went extinct after. Many dinosaurs lived in the Purple Dawn era. That's why they have the big eyes and why they could grow to such ridiculous sizes. But dinosaurs weren't the only ones that got to grow to giant sizes. Humans did too. The gravity seemed to be changing a lot at one time or another, or it would go for a while and then change again and then change again. I would think it's done changing now, but you never know. That's an interesting thought. Dinosaurs that are known as meat eaters on a meteor. So they were nocturnal. It isn't just for nothing that we have nocturnal creatures. Something had to bring that about. Number 8, the Castor system. Here we have the Castor system as one of the 2 bright stars from the Gemini constellation in our night sky. It has some serious luminosity. This is because the Castor system isn't 1 or 2, but 6 stars, all orbiting around a common central mass. 3 binary star systems orbit each other here. So much for a trinary system being rare, they're probably common too. With 2 hot and bright A-type stars being stuck in the system, as well as 4 M-type red dwarfs. Altogether, though, these 6 stars put out roughly 52.4 times more luminosity than that of our Sun. All right, quiz time. What type star is the Sun? Okay, time's up. Is it a class M star, a class A star, a class G star? Answer at the end of the show. It's a class G star. Number 7, space raspberries and rum. Let's see what it says. For the last few years, scientists have been studying a dust cloud near the center of our Milky Way galaxy. If there's a God out there, it seems that he decided to get creative. This dust cloud, plasma, named Sagittarius B2, smells of rum and tastes like raspberries. And how would they know that? The gas cloud in question consists largely of ethyl formate, which is known to give raspberries their taste. I see, said the blind man. And rum its distinctive smell. Arr. The large cloud is said to contain 1 billion liters of the stuff, which would be great if it wasn't rendered undrinkable by a pesky particle like propyl cyanide. The creation and distribution of these more complex molecules is still a mystery to scientists, however, so we won't be opening up an intergalactic pub anytime soon. Which reminds me, did you know that the electric force is 1,000 billion times more powerful than gravity, or 10 to the order of 39? Number 6 is a planet of burning ice. I've heard about this one before. Do you remember Gliese, that hellhole of a star that we visited earlier? We're heading back to the same solar system for this one. Gliese supports a planet made almost entirely out of ice. At 439 degrees Celsius, Gliese 436b is quite simply a burning ice cube. Imagine Hoth from Star Wars. I don't want. Except that it's on fire. The only reason this ice stays solid is because of the huge amount of water present on the planet. The gravity pulls it all in towards the core, keeping the water molecules so densely packed that they cannot evaporate. Number 5, the Diamond Star. 55, oh boy.
Cancri.
Made entirely out of crystallized diamond, would be priced at $26.9 million. Okay. The huge diamond planet was once a star in a binary system until its partner began to cannibalize it. However, the star was not able to pull its carbon core away, and carbon is just a ton of heat and pressure away from being a diamond. So at the surface temperature of 1,648 degrees Celsius, the conditions are almost perfect. 1/3 of the mass of the planet is said to be pure diamond, whereas Earth is covered in water and abundant in oxygen. This planet is made mainly of graphite diamond, and a few other silicates. The huge gemstone is 2 times the size of Earth and has 8 times the mass, making it a super Earth.
And now for a word from the Electric Universe. Rawr.
Is the universe expanding? Maybe not. This is from July 20, 2020. Stars are mainly composed of hydrogen. According to consensus ideas, nuclear reactions are thought to convert that hydrogen into helium, initiating the energetic emission that make life on Earth possible. When temperatures in average stellar cores reach about 100 million Kelvin, helium's kinetic energy is strong enough to overcome electrostatic repulsion. So it fuses into carbon-12 and a so-called triple alpha process. After carbon-12, other exotic fusion reactions are said to occur as a star ages, until finally it reaches a stage where nickel-62 nuclei begin to accumulate. Nickel-62 has the highest binding energy per nucleon of any elements, so it can no longer be fused into heavier elements no matter how hot a star's core might become. The accumulation of this heavy ash essentially halts fusion, so radiative pressure is no longer able to hold back the force of gravity that always wants to crush the star. Suddenly, the star's outer layers catastrophically collapse, rebounding off the core out into space in what astronomers call a supernova explosion. In 1997, Adam Rees and Saul Perlmutter were studying Type 1a supernovae because their rise in luminosity and their subsequent decline are considered predictable in consensus circles. That measurement is a way of determining a supernova's true brightness. By calculating the supernova's redshift, they can place it in space-time coordinates and find out how far away it is. When Rees and Perlmutter crunched the numbers from their observations, they were shocked to discover the recessional velocity redshift of the most distant Type 1a supernova indicated that they were accelerating. Not only that, the further away they were, the faster they were speeding up. This effect is called dark energy, because no apparent cosmic influence could be seen. As time went on, new observations by various groups resulted in the conclusion that dark energy makes up 75% of the universe. Dark energy is another of the phantoms that arise when redshift is applied to observations. Redshift has been the bane of astrophysics since Hubble first identified what he thought was the Doppler effect in images of faint galaxies. Instead of seeing redshift as an effect of acceleration and distance, it may be an intrinsic property of matter. Astronomer Halton Arp proposed that idea many years ago, and it deserves further investigation, especially when anomalous observations are considered. High redshift objects in front of low redshift objects, for example. All of the dark things in astronomy are artifacts of a crackpot model of cosmology, and we're going to be doing a little spotlight on Halton Arp's discovery in a little bit. The dark energy model of the universe demands that eventually all of the stars will disappear, and there will be eternal darkness. In the words of Brian Schmidt, the future of the universe looks very bleak. I think the future for him is bleak. He confirms my portrayal of Big Bang cosmology as hopeless. Wall Thornhill. All right. And then it says Steve Smith. So they must have both wrote this. Gloomily came to the ironic conclusion if you take a highly intelligent person and give them the best possible elite education, then you will most likely wind up with an academic who is completely impervious to reality. Halton-Art. Seeing Red by Halton-Art. There is now a fashionable set of beliefs regarding the workings of the universe, greatly publicized as the Big Bang, which I believe is wildly incorrect. But in order to enable people to make their own judgments about this question, we need to examine a large number of observations. Observations in science are the primary and final authority. More than 10 years have passed, and in spite of determined opposition, I believe the observational evidence has become overwhelming, and the Big Bang has in reality been toppled. There is now a need to communicate the new observations, the connections between objects, and the new insights into the workings of the universe, all the primary obligations of academic science, which has generally tried to suppress or ignore such dissident information. It makes one wonder with profit whether there are other uncertain assumptions on which much of our lives are built, but of which we are incorrectly overconfident. The present book is sure to outrage many academic scientists. Many of my professional friends will be greatly pained. Why then do I write it? First, everyone has to tell the truth as they see it, especially about important things, integrity. The fact that the majority of professionals are intolerant of even opinions which are discordant makes change a necessity. Those friends of mine who also struggle to get the mainstream of astronomy back on track must feel that presenting evidence and championing new theories is sufficient to cause change, and that it is improper to criticize an enterprise to which they belong and value highly. I disagree. In that I think if we do not understand why science is failing to self-correct, it will not be possible to fix it. At this point, I believe we must look for salvation from the non-specialists, amateurs, and interdisciplinary thinkers, those who form judgments on the general thrust of the evidence, those who are skeptical about any explanation, particularly official ones, and above all, are tolerant of other people's theories. When the complete answer is not known, in a sense, everyone is a crackpot. Gasp. If the cause of these redshifts is misunderstood, then distances can be wrong by factors of 10 to 100, and luminosities and masses will be wrong by factors up to 10,000. We would have a totally erroneous picture of extragalactic space and be faced with one of the most embarrassing boondoggles of our intellectual history. Because objects in motion in the laboratory, or orbiting double stars, or rotating galaxies all show Doppler redshifts to longer wavelengths when they are receding, it has been assumed throughout astronomy that redshifts always and only mean recession velocity. No direct verification of this assumption is possible, and through the years, many contradictions have arisen and been ignored. The evidence presented here is, I hope, convincing because it offers many different proofs of intrinsic non-velocity redshifts in every category of celestial object. It is interesting to note that at first Einstein felt the solution was incorrect. Later, he said it was correct, but of no consequence. Finally, he accepted the validity of this solution, but was so unhappy with the fact that it was not a stable solution, i.e., it either collapsed or expanded, that he retained the cosmological constant he had earlier introduced in order to keep the universe static. This constant was later referred to as the cosmological fudge factor. In 1924, Hubble persuaded the world that the white nebula were really extragalactic, and a few years later announced that the redshifts of their spectral lines increased as they became fainter. This redshift apparent magnitude relation for galaxies became known as the Hubble law, through lack of rigor, often referred to as the redshift distance relation. At this point, Einstein dropped his cosmological constant as a great mistake and adopted the view that his equations had been telling him all along, that the universe was expanding. Thus was born the Big Bang theory, according to which the entire universe was created instantaneously out of nothing 15 billion years ago. This reality is the entirety of the theory on which our whole concept of cosmology has been rested for the last 75 years. It is interesting to note, however, that Hubble, the observer, even up to his final lecture before the Royal Society, always held open the possibility that the redshift did not mean velocity of recession, but might be caused by something else. In his seminal book, Realm of the Nebula, Hubble wrote, on the other hand, if the interpretation as velocity shifts is abandoned, we find in the redshifts a hitherto unrecognized principle, whose implications are unknown. In the ensuing years, the evidence discussed in the present book has built up to the point
Russ.near said emoji GM emoji
interpretation
GM.
can now be abandoned in favor of a new principle which stands on a firm observational and theoretical foundation. But of course, the stunning aspect of the Rosette observations was that two quasars of redshift 0.63 and 0.45 are actually physically linked by a luminous connection to a low redshift object of z equals 007. When I showed this to the local experts, they were alarmed. There were alarmed states followed by annoyance. This result made it clear that the compact and interacting groups were just a more concentrated assembly of young, non-equilibrium companion galaxies, which had been ejected more recently from the parent galaxy, and were composed of material of higher redshift. Aside from being empirically true, this interpretation solves all the conventional paradoxes of the failure of the galaxies to merge into a single galaxy on a cosmic timescale, and also explains the unbearable presence of discordant redshifts. In later chapters, do not evolve with smoothly decreasing redshifts, but change in steps. One major point of the present book is to try to make it impossible to ignore the enormous amount of mutually supporting significant evidence, which all points to the same conclusion. In the face of 28 years of accumulated evidence, to go on proclaiming that quasars are out at the edge of the universe seems unpardonable. Altenar. Here is a list. Summary alignments quasars and galaxy clusters. Objects which appear young are aligned on either side of eruptive objects. This implies ejection of proto-galaxies. 2. The youngest objects appear to have the highest redshifts. This implies that intrinsic redshift decreases as the object ages. 3. As distances from the ejecting central object increases, the quasars increase in brightness and decrease in redshift. This implies that the ejected objects evolve as they travel outward. 4. At about z equals 0.3 and about 400 kpc from that parent galaxy, the quasars appear to become very bright in optical and X-ray luminosity. This implies that there is a transition from BL-LAC objects. There is a transition to BL-LAC objects. Few BL-LAC objects are observed, implying this phase is short-lived. Clusters of galaxies, many of which are strong X-ray sources, end to appear at comparable distances to the BL-LACs from the parent galaxy. This suggests the clusters may be a result of the breaking up of a BL-LAC. 7. Clusters of galaxies in the range of z equals 0.4 to 0.2 contain blue active galaxies. This is implied that they continue to evolve to higher luminosity and lower redshift. 8. Able clusters from z equals 0.01 to 0.2 lie along the ejection lines from galaxies like Sin A. Presumably, they are evolved product of the ejections. 9. The strings of galaxies which are aligned through the brightest nearby spirals have redshifts z equals 0.01 to 0.2. Presumably, they are the last evolutionary stage of the ejected protogalaxies before they become slightly higher redshift companions of the original ejected galaxies.
I'm going to call it pretty soon here.
Okay, Thunderbolts does have one for diamond stars. The diamond fields of the mind. A planet made of compressed carbon is said to be orbiting a neutron star. The star becomes a diamond. A recent press release announced the discovery of a planet in orbit around a pulsar that is thought to have once been a star, but is now a planetary body composed of something similar to compressed carbon or diamond. The reason for the supposed density and composition assumptions is that the planet was seen in an orbit around the pulsar that is deemed impossible to consensus astrophysics. As announced by the Max Planck Institute for Radio Astronomy in Bonn, Germany, pulsar 1719-1438 rotates more than 10,000 times per minute, has a mass about 1.4 times that of our Sun, but is only 20 kilometers in radius. What is it about the planet's orbit that causes the assumption it is crystalline and dense? Pulsars are neutron stars as the second link. As the theory posits, a neutron star comes into being when a star with at least 5 times the mass of the Sun implodes, shredding its outer layers in a supernova. Since the star is no longer able to shield itself against its own immense gravity, with thermonuclear fusion theory, gravitational acceleration theory takes over, pulling all the electrons in the remaining stellar matter into the nuclei. 2 more links. The massive star's original angular momentum remains, so its rotational period can be astonishing. As 1719-1438 attests, the increase in rotational velocity can be likened to an ice skater's arm stretched out in a slow spin and then pulled in tight, thus increasing the spin rate. Another link. The force is generated when trillions of gigatons spin as fast as a dentist drill, means that the star ought to burst apart like a cracked flywheel. However, enough mass is added to the theory so that gravity can hold it together, of course. There is thought to be an immense magnetic field surrounding the pulsar that is focused at each pole. Narrow beams of radio waves blast out from the polar cusps, like lighthouse beacons. Whenever the beam intersects Earth, telescopes fitted with gamma-ray radio wave or X-ray detectors can see it. The final theoretical link in the pulsar chain of circumstances is the tidal force theory that would tear apart a companion star or planet if it came too close. Before discussing the nature of the planet in orbit around the pulsar, it should be pointed out that there was no observation of the pulsar. Rather, researchers first found it in 200,000 gigabytes of data obtained from 3 different radio telescopes, analyzed by supercomputers at 3 different computation centers, using customized software. Garbage in, garbage out. Since 1719-1438's pulses and the data were seen to be systematically modulated, the only conclusion their computer models could reach is that a companion planet is in orbit around the pulsar. Astronomers think an original stellar companion gave up most of its material to the pulsar. As theory supposes, this results in a millisecond pulsar with a white dwarf companion. When I think of pulsars, I remember Don Scott's piece on Thunderbolts of the Gods, which was very enlightening indeed. That was just amazing. He made me think of a strobe light, a relaxation oscillator. Who didn't have one in the 70s? That is what controls a strobe light. So it's the same exact thing, probably, just on a much grander scale. Astronomers think an original stellar companion gave up most of its material to the pulsar. As theory supposes, this results in a millisecond pulsar with a white dwarf companion. 1719-1438 and its dwarf partner are thought to be close together. So the companion must be a white dwarf that has lost 99.9% of its original substance, leaving behind what astronomers suggest is a planet-sized carbon and oxygen sphere. Any lighter element constituents would mean the star would be too big to fit the measured orbiting times. Another possibility, one not considered by contemporary astrophysics, is that electrical oscillations are causing the rapid flicker of pulsars. Don Scott, in his book The Electric Sky, stresses that neutron stars are impossible phantoms, suggesting instead that there is an electrical explanation for their periodic pulsing. He proposes that pulsars are relaxation oscillators. Their pulse frequencies are not mechanical. Instead, it is the capacitive, resistive, and inductive electrical environment around the star. Compacted matter and extreme rotation are not necessary. Electricity traveling through circuits provides a coherent explanation that is consistent with commonly accepted electromagnetic theories, as well as with laboratory experiments. And that's the wonderful thing. Electricity and plasma, you can have tiny little experiments, and you can just keep going out to massive galaxies. That is wonderful. When the focus shifts from gravity and gas toward the electrical behavior of an entire system, then steps can be taken that will help to quantify the absolute current density in that system, as well as the capacitive and resistive values, and the magnetic fields generated by the inductive interaction of the binary pair. There must be an electric current generating the immense magnetic fields in a pulsar. It is also indisputable that the feeder current must be part of a circuit. since persistent electric current must complete a circuit. That circuit includes the galaxy in which stars reside, along with all the other galaxies associated with their clusters. Pulsar oscillations are most likely complex in their origins, Steve Smith. Indeed, yes. And that, it's just impossible that they recently found 10 to the 18th amps raw electric current in space, and it doesn't phase them. I just don't get it. Well, I do, but what that comes with is I don't want to believe. It's mind-boggling to me. It's got to be more like they're not allowed to. Couldn't find anything else from the top 10. And back to the top 10. Number 4, the Himiko Cloud. If there has ever been any object that has shown us origins of a primordial galaxy, this is it. The Himiko Cloud. The Himiko Cloud is the most massive object ever found in the early universe, and it dates to only 800 million years after the Big Bang. Oh, man, close. The Himiko Cloud astounds scientists with its sheer size, roughly half that of our Milky Way galaxy. Himiko belongs to what is known as the reionization, an electrical term, or the period from around 200 million to 1 billion years after the Big Bang. It's the first glimpse scientists have managed to get of the early formation of galaxies. To make it even cooler, it has been introduced as the giant mystery blob discovered near the dawn of time by Space.com. The Himiko Cloud, huh? It's interesting. And number 3, the universe's largest water reservoir. 12 billion light years away, the universe's largest water reservoir resides in the heart of a quasar, containing 140 trillion times the amount of water in Earth's ocean, and found near the colossal black hole at the center of the quasar. The water, unfortunately, manifests itself in the form of a massive cloud of gas. Just, wow, 1,000 trillion suns! Not to keep harping on Thunderbolt to the Gods, but there's a spot in there where a gentleman, I don't know his name, he says that astronomers are looking through the wrong end of the telescope and describing what they imagine they see. I think that is a very good way to sum it up. Number 2, the universe's largest electrical current. And I kid you not, I was just mentioning this. Only a few years ago, scientists stumbled upon an electrical current of cosmic proportions, 10 to the 18th amps, or roughly 1 trillion lightning bolts. What kind of power? The lightning is thought to originate from an enormous black hole. Of course it does, in the center of the galaxy, which has a core that is supposedly a huge cosmic jet that sprays big bubbles. Apparently, the black hole's huge magnetic field allows it to fire up this lightning bolt through gas and dust. It's over 150,000 light years away, and we thought that our galaxy was big. This single lightning bolt is 1.5 times the size of the Milky Way. Sorry, we'll get to it. The number 1, the LQG. This is the last one. This is the number 1 surprising thing in space. Now, of course, going back to the quasars for a minute, Halt and Arp proved that they're attached to Seyfert Galaxy, which I have a spot coming up on later. So, yeah, the Himiko Cloud is pretty big, like half the size of our galaxy.
Remember the guy said they have to
What about a structure in space so enormous that it breaks the conventional laws of modern astronomy? The structure, my friends, is the LQG, the Large Quasar Group. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is only 100,000 light years across. Think about that for a moment. If something happens on the far side of the galaxy, it would take 100,000 years for the light to reach the opposite end. I mean, they don't even really think about that. How could a galaxy function if it was 100,000 years behind itself? Just like with the Earth and the Sun. How could the Earth orbit the Sun where it was 8 minutes ago? That right there kills the standard model, but they just ignore it and keep that. Something's just basically wrong with that whole thing, and it always has sounded wrong. Now take the length of time and multiply it by 40,000. That's right. The Large Quasar Group is 4 billion light years across. The cluster of 74 quasars actually breaks the rules of standard astrophysics, since the maximum size of any cosmic structure should be only 1.2 billion light years across. What comes to mind with that is something I've heard before. They're looking at a bird 20 feet away from them and imagining 747s on the horizon. Something to that effect. Scientists have absolutely no idea how this huge structure formed, since they had previously only been aware of other clusters of perhaps several 100 million light years across. The gargantuan structure absolutely spits on a certain physical law, which states that when viewed from a distance, the universe would look relatively uniform. This is exactly the type of condescending cosmic structure that looks over at our galaxy and, with a smirk, says cute. Interesting article.
This is not a drill.
You know, many people say Hubble's discovery of the redshift was the most important discovery in the history of cosmology. I have to beg to differ with that, as I'm sure you will too, when you know all of the facts. That's one thing, when you're researching, you really have to learn all the facts. It's hard sometimes because they keep them hidden and suppressed. You're not going to find them on the surface, on, TV or any, like, History Channel or anything like that. They just won't go there. But they never talk about electricity. And that's something that always bugged me, so that I knew that electricity was this immense power that existed in the universe. And I just try to think where we'd be without it. I doubt we'd even be here. But this whole thing with redshift was disproved by Halt and Arp in 1966. And instead of investigating the evidence, they tried to sweep it under the rug. I mean, the mathematicians, as I understand it, took Einstein's equations and ran with them. And Einstein tried to put in, what was it called? The cosmological constant. And he ended up taking it out, thinking it was a mistake. So I have a little something here from Halt and Arp. First, this clip of what I think is at least one of the most important discoveries in the history of the universe by Halt and Arp. That is vitally important.
We've already gone there,
so I'm skipping this. It's always good to get a refresher. I know that I've shown clips from this video before, and I'm
going to say goodbye with a song, and I'll come out and say goodbye to you in a second here. I'm looking for something real quick before I go, so I'm just going to make sure it's what I want to do. Alright, let's see. What shall I punish you with this time? Oh, also, I want to tell you, I'm gonna be doing a live stream either later today or tomorrow on Rumble. So I'll put it in the comment, the link. Hopefully you can join me. It's going to be a history piece called Evidence of Revision. Very eye-opening, very enlightening. Please join me. I will let you know in plenty of time. Thank you. I'll be back.
bodies as a whole, then we have in our hands a very different scientific theory.
Wheaton law. Buried axe blade. Oz Cosmos.
And all that talking I just did, you didn't hear a word I said. I wanted to say I appreciate all of you, and I just said, Alchemy, Nick, my hardcores are here. Bless you, Wheaton Lore, for sticking around. All of you, Prime, Dakin. Dakin's been here for a while, Prime. And that looks like it's about it. Okay, I'll see you next time. I'll be back very, very soon, sooner than you think. I'll end with a song, of course, and I'll see you later. Love and kisses.
Well, baby, I got to know. Do you plan on letting me go? The look in your eyes gives me a sign. Careless sad, it makes me lose my mind. Don't let me down slow. It's another man, just let me know. I got good love to give, baby, let me know. Don't let me down slow. I know we've been through this before, but I got a strange feeling that I can't get over. Your kisses been like kissing snow, so if you're gonna leave, just hit the door. Don't let me down slow. If you got a man, just let me know. I got good loving to give, darling, let me know. Don't let me down slow.
gone, babe. The thrill is gone away. The thrill is gone, babe. It's gone away. We'll walk, carry on. Thrill
gone away from me. The thrill is gone, baby. It's gone away. Though I must carry on, oh, the thrill is gone. I
Peril. Big Dark Cloud. Alpine 88. Very Daxblade. Wheaton Law. Seal Prolo.